I'm going to get the meeting started, and it looks like possibly we may have a very exciting but a little long evening as part of the workshop and discussions. And again, I want to offer everyone the opportunity to express your opinions. That's very important to us. So first of all, let me start the agenda by asking Debbie to, I call the meeting to order, and please, Debbie can help us with the roll call.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Committee Member Alexi?
Here.
Committee Member Baccia?
Here.
Committee Member Burnham? Committee Member Chiang?
Here.
Committee Member Halverson?
Here.
Committee Member Kent?
Here.
Committee Member Kingsbury?
Here.
Committee Member Ladone?
Here.
Committee Member Pete?
Here.
Committee Member Revuelta?
Here.
Committee Member Strout?
Here.
Vice Chair Troop Massey is absent this evening, and Chairperson Sheng.
Okay, thanks so much, Debbie. So again, as I said, public.
Yeah.
My apologies. I'm afraid to touch this, so I'm gonna really try hard to get really close. Does that help? Can I turn up the volume?
You gotta eat it.
Use the volume somewhere.
Is there volume control? No?
No.
I'm touching it literally like this. Is this better?
A little bit.
A little bit? Okay, so I'm just gonna be kissing this thing the whole night? Oh dear, that's gonna be my best friend after tonight. Okay, so again, we really welcome public participation for tonight's meeting. However, to conform with the Brown Act, no action can occur on items presented during citizen forum. To provide public comments, please submit a speaker's card. Right over there, you'll see the yellow cards. Please take a copy and bring it to Debbie. And when your name is called, please stand to address the committee. And comments are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes per person per item. And open forum will conclude after 30 minutes. And we really hope to get through the agenda, so I appreciate your patience. If we have additional speakers, we can reconvene after our matters for consideration. So, Debbie, do we have any comment cards?
We do. Greg Scott?
I'm Greg Scott. I can't do anything about the past. We can't do anything about the past. We can only learn from the past. That's obvious. I should have been involved in this committee and this planning from the beginning. That's the past. I can't do anything about it. I think the plan is inadequately considered. I know a lot of you put a lot of energy into this, but I think it's inadequately considered. You have 5 areas with channeling in 3 options each one, so you have a total of 15 options. Where are the quantifiables on each of these options? One case is water. What are we going to do for water? What are the projections for water for each one of these options for each area? If we think in Livermore that in 2045, we're going to take 275 gallons of water to produce 750 milliliters of wine in a bottle, think again. Maybe you need more cannabis dispensaries if you think that. It's not going to happen. We're in trouble on water. Our San Joaquin aquifer is in big trouble. Okay. We have a reservoir, the largest reservoir in the United States, the Meade Reservoir, supplies water for 40 million people. The California's taken 4.3 million acre feet out of the Colorado River for California, and to supply the South, Northern California is shipping 5 million acre feet south. An acre foot is the amount of water to cover 1 acre to the depth of 1 foot. It's about 326,000 gallons of water. About the same as in a regulation Olympic swimming pool. Where are we going to get the water? We need quantifiables. You don't do a business plan projections without quantifiables. You don't change a business plan or come up with a new business plan without quantifiables. And if you have any, if you do it without quantifiables and you have any competition, they will eat you for breakfast. Okay, that's on the water situation. I don't understand your planning on water situation. The other thing, in every element of your options on this plan, you're talking about jobs. Jobs, okay. Artificial intelligence. Vinod Khosla, an investor that has his thumb on a lot of things in the Bay Area, he says in 10 years, 80% of the tasks and 80% of the jobs are going to be done by artificial intelligence. Okay, what kind of jobs are you talking about? Manufacturing? Humans doing manufacturing in 10 years? Really? If you can't assess the present better than this, I don't understand your projections for the future. Okay? I think we elders need more wisdom than this. We need to do better than this. And we need to do better than this for the children and the young people. It needs to be a lot more quantifiables in the projections to what we're doing. Thank you.
Michael Ferrucci.
Oh my goodness, do I need a microphone? I can't hold the microphone and play guitar at the same time. Can you guys hear me out there? Yeah? Well, what am I doing again? Let me just tell you a little bit about me. I've been a resident of Livermore for over 40 years. I've been a local businessman for over 35 years, owning a music store in downtown Livermore, hence the guitar. I see some fellow Rotarians out there. I saw Brandon today at Rotary, which was wonderful to learn a little bit about what you guys are doing. I want to say thank you for your commitment to this project. I don't know much about a lot of it, but I do know one thing, and that is that I worked on the urban growth boundary, and so I just took a little song and I just wrote a few words so I could comment on that. I know I'm not going to change any minds this evening, but perhaps I might get attention where other people in the community might pay attention to what you're doing and come and comment in the future and contribute to this effort of making Livermore a wonderful place to live. Let's see, what else could I say? Okay, well, I'll just turn the page and say thank you for tolerating me, okay? Leave my boundary alone in the place I call home. Let the deer and the antelope play where seldom is heard a developer's word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. Home on the range is the urban growth boundary we claim. It benefits us all, let them all hear our call to maintain a strong boundary this way. Home on the range with a boundary not subject to change, for it's right to protect and not to neglect the open space that still remains. Okay, that's my contribution.
Thank you. David Rounds.
Great, I get to follow the guitar. As your work comes to it, I'm David Rounds. I lived in Livermore for a lot of years, about 50 of them. And thank you. And I just had a couple things to say tonight. As your work comes to conclusion, I remain convinced that this committee can create a viable update to the general plan that does not require that 1,200 acres of currently protected open space become mostly industrial land, and requiring that the urban growth boundary be broken east of Greenville Road. Unfortunately, it does appear that that's the direction you're going. And it appears that this committee is planning to present to the City Council development plans for 5 focus areas, which includes the east of Greenville. I believe this is a mistake. I've got a couple reasons here. First, the city has done an admirable job for the last 20 plus years of keeping the mandate of Proposition D to grow within the city limits. This laser focus on infill growth has made Livermore the exciting city it has become. Breaking the urban growth boundary to expand the size of the city by 1,200 acres will completely change this dynamic of focusing on infill growth. With an additional 1,200 acres of greenfield that is mostly zoned for industrial, the city will no longer have to focus on keeping the city compact, exciting, and livable, because developers can just sprawl to the east. The second reason is the population growth and the requisite job growth numbers that justify breaking the urban growth boundary are suspect and seem to be based on theoretical projections that far exceed the current scientific projections from organizations like APAC. The plan as it exists will require a vote of the citizens of Livermore. This is the third reason. In order to expand the city beyond the limits, beyond Greenville Road. The likelihood of such a vote actually passing is at best 50-50. It's probably more like 65-35. If it does not pass, what happens? Will the city have to reconvene a new GPAC committee in a year or so to alter the plan to stay within the city limits? Or maybe they'll just keep you guys moving. Shouldn't this committee do that work now by preparing scenarios that keep urban growth and development within the original 4 focus areas? It will certainly be an incomplete and insufficient presentation to the City Council if you do not include how the general plan revisions will look if the voters say no. Thank you.
Vladimir?
Hi. So it seems like the public's opinion on at least one of these focus areas is pretty clear. The Greenville expansion, I was at the last workshop, I wasn't at the first one, but every group that was formed there, the 10 tables or so, everybody was completely opposed to this one focus area. The other ones, there's some, something you could maybe discuss there, but the Greenville one was pretty clear. So I think that's just the one I'll talk about because, we all care about democracy, right? All ardent supporters of democracy in here, right? So if public opinion drives the city's actions, then I think this one issue surely we could just put to rest because the public has made up their minds. And unfortunately, like the others mentioned, you do seem determined to proceed with this regardless, but I hope that you prove them wrong and me. And at least on this one thing we can agree, is nobody wants this Greenville expansion. Thanks.
That's the last one I have for open forum.
Thank you so much, David. Okay, so thank you for expressing your opinions. We really value those. And I think the next item is consent item, but we don't have any agenda items, so I'm going to move on to matters for consideration. And today we have a very nice presentation prepared by the project team to talk about preferred citywide lane use scenario. And I'm going to turn this over to Andy.
Yes, Chairperson. Wow, that's loud. Maybe, yeah. So, really quickly, for this item, we'll give a high-level project overview and discuss briefly the land use alternatives process. And then at the last meeting, the committee had a sort of workshop where we broke into groups and deliberated the different focus areas and the different alternatives. but we wanted to share with you what we heard from community outreach that we've done over the last couple months, so that you can consider that as we move forward in this iterative process. And then we will go focus area by focus area to kind of work towards this preferred land use scenario and create a draft map. And so the way we are proposing to do that tonight is a little bit different than what we've done in the past. In the past, we've had very broad discussions, which was appropriate at the time as we're brainstorming, and now we're kind of pivoting to where the project team needs some direction from the committee on how best to move forward with the input you're providing. And so again, we're going to do that focus area by focus area. I'm going to hand it over to Joanna in a minute, and we'll walk through the focus areas. We will summarize the individual groups that GPAC broke into, what their recommendations were, and then summarize our interpretation of what that direction is, and then allow the committee to deliberate on that and make potential changes to it, and then actually vote on that direction. We are recommending, Chairperson Chang, that as part of that, we take public comment for each focus area. So as members of the public who are with us this evening who want to speak on this item, that they can speak on any of the focus areas, and we'll go through each one of them. And then at that point, we will summarize what our next steps are and come back to you at a meeting in January. Again, this, yes?
Just to clarify, can we go back one page? Okay, so please note that the second bullet under the focus area discussion, as far as the public comment, please still take a comment card, a yellow comment card, and bring those to Debbie, just so we know you're prepared to speak to any one focus area at a time. Okay, please think about that at this point. Thank you.
And I would just add, we'd welcome comments on all the focus areas if one wanted to speak on all the focus areas as well.
Do you want to go in sequence?
Yes, we'll go in sequence. So just as a reminder of where we're at in the project, this is our project timeline. You can see we're coming to the end of 2023, and this timeline will shift a little bit. We still have work to do on the land use alternatives process as we work to develop a draft land use map, and the committee will have as much time as it needs to get comfortable with a map that you as a committee are endorsing to send to council for their deliberation and review. So again, this might change a little bit, and then eventually we're still targeting spring of 2025 to package up all the materials, including policy development, into a draft general plan. So again, just a little bit about the meeting format. We are seeking the committee's direction. We'll go focus area by focus area. If there's changes to that direction, we will make it in real time, and then call for a vote to confirm that is the direction of the committee. And then with that information, with that direction, we will prepare a draft land use map, a citywide map, and then bring back further analysis with that map, including things like our jobs housing match, what that scenario would produce in terms of a jobs housing match, and is it adequate? That would be a question for the committee to deliberate. Bring back some market feasibility information to really put a filter on some of the land use changes we're proposing. Are they feasible, and on what time horizon? And then also, because the committee had asked for this at the last time, we're anticipating bringing back what's the impact of a land use map with the East of Greenville focus area, and also without the East of Greenville focus area, so the committee can compare those two. And so again, we'll return in the new year with that map for the committee to review and make further refinements based on that information. So at this point, I'll hand it over to Joanna, and she can walk us through the alternatives process and then each focus area.
Thank you to go to the cough drops.
You're welcome. No, they were here when I got here, I believe them.
Okay, good to. Okay, thank you, Andy. Is this working?
You're gonna have to project.
Push the button.
There we go. Okay. The green light always looks like it's on, but it's not on. Thank you. Okay, I'm Joanna Jansen with Placeworks. Thank you for having me. It's exciting to be here. This is a It's great to be rolling up our sleeves and moving forward with the GPAC on the preferred land use scenario. So as we get started, just a reminder about both things that we know are important to the community and to the city as an organization, and also things we've heard from you as the GPAC that you want to achieve big picture as part of the general plan update and as part of this preferred scenario. Really responding to the community vision for maintaining Livermore's high quality of life. I think we know that's important to all of us. Part of that is fostering high quality job creation and maintaining the diversity and the strength of the local economy. Another important part that we've heard over and over again is about planning for adequate housing options, including a range of housing types to accommodate a range of income levels. And really setting the foundation for the city to continue to be fiscally and financially sustainable and able to maintain and improve public services as Livermore grows and changes in the future. Just as you know, what we're doing here with the preferred scenario is really mixing and matching ideas that have come up throughout the process to then create the basis for a land use map, as Andy just said, that will be further studied as part of the general plan EIR and ultimately be adopted as part of the general plan land use map. As just a reminder for folks who are relatively new to the process, this has been ongoing for almost a year now. We worked on identifying focus areas, developing and confirming the land use alternatives for those focus areas, evaluating and comparing those alternatives, and now we're at the point of selecting a preferred scenario for further study. After we do that, we'll then be moving on to the future steps of the general plan and the general plan EIR. Andy mentioned that an important thing for you tonight is for us to convey some of the community outreach that we have heard through our recent outreach events. This slide just shows you snapshots of the pop-up events, the community workshops, and the various ways that we've been working to hear from people throughout Livermore. This slide is a snapshot of online events, webinars, pop-ups, presentations to different community groups, a range of outreach events throughout October and most of November that culminated in us reaching almost 1,000 people in Livermore to ask for their input at this phase of community outreach. And I'll be summarizing that as I go through each one of the focus areas. So starting off with Vasco Road, just a quick reminder, the vision here that all three different alternatives would express differently is to create a visitor destination that supports production and maker spaces and really serves as a gateway to Livermore wine country. So we have the Maker Village alternative that includes some new residential uses and kind of a central park. The production alternative, which is entirely production-related uses. It does not include any housing. And then the Wine Country Center alternative, which includes housing close to East Avenue, and then a more production, industrial-oriented designation further south. The other differences here are also the centrally located park in the Wine Country Center alternative versus a park east of Vasco Road in the production alternative. So what we heard from the community was overall perhaps a slight preference for the Maker Village alternative, some interest in lower residential densities in that alternative. We did also hear support for the production alternative, but perhaps with a shift to move the park to the west side of Vasco Road, as you saw in the other two alternatives. The Wine Country Center alternative, I would say, kind of attracted the least level of interest or support from the broader community. Some people did respond to the lack of an industrial designation in that alternative. Others wanted to increase the density of the residential, and some wanted to lower the density of the residential. So a range of viewpoints there about those alternatives. We did hear from many folks that it's going to be very important to think about circulation and especially safety on Vasco Road in this focus area. Perhaps we could look at more park space. Some wanted more housing, some wanted no housing. Some felt like this is not the best location for industrial and that industrial uses should instead be encouraged to be closer to 580. So in addition to the community input, we want to review the GPAC input from when we were here last month. Group 1 started with the Wine Country Center alternative and made some changes from there and wanted to just make sure that parking is considered in future development in this area, especially given the number of different businesses and that this would be, in part at least, a visitor attracting area. Group 2 started with a blank map and really added residential medium-high northern part of the focus area, a park in the central part of the area, some areas as mixed industrial commercial in the south, and then the remaining as the commercial wine country designation, that kind of more reddish color. And then group 3 started with the Maker Village alternative, increased the density of housing in the northern portion of the area from medium high to high, and replaced the mixed industrial commercial with, again, with residential medium high density, so more intensity of housing and housing across a larger area, and had an idea of including paseos to foster internal connectivity. So those were the 3 different ideas we got back from the 3 different groups of the GPAC, and here's our interpretation and part of what we're interested in your kind of reaction and refinements tonight. Start with the Maker Village alternative. We would then, from that, increase the wine country commercial by replacing some of the mixed industrial, that kind of pink designation, with that, and increase housing density by replacing half of the residential medium high density with high density. So this slide just shows you a map, and the changes that I just described would be happening to this based on this Maker Village alternative as a starting point. So we're going to pause there and go through the process that Mandy outlined for each one of the focus areas.
So this is now the direction that we thought we heard from each of the groups, and we're asking at this point that the committee confirm that this is the direction, and if not, make some minor adjustments and discuss amongst yourselves. I also wanted to point out that although committee member Burnham couldn't be here this evening, he did provide written comments, and you have a copy of those to consider. And thank you, Paul. This is the moment we recommend opening public comment, and so
Do you want discussion first or comment?
I think we'd recommend taking public comment on this focus area, if anybody has anything to say, and then with that in mind, the committee can deliberate or move forward.
Okay, got it. Okay, so I'm gonna defer to Debbie to make sure that we have your yellow comment cards and have her call names for this particular focus area, one at a time.
Does anybody have a comment card for this particular area? Because I do not have any at this point.
What number was, it'd be good to refer to the numbers on your agenda here.
The one number is 4.1, and it's going to be broken down into the focus areas. So it'll all be 4.1.
So this will be 4.1.1, I think.
This is Vasco Road.
Okay, just in case you don't hear, on the agenda, this item is 4.1. It's gonna be a large portion of this evening's work, and we are going through one focus area at a time, and still remain on 4.1. And we are asking the public to provide your comments, and we're gonna have a GPAC internal discussion before we recommend the final direction.
Can we know which order we're going in? Because then we can tell them like 4.1 area 1, 4.1 area 2, so they can submit their cards now instead of having to wait until the thing goes. We can just have them. I feel like a lot of people know which one they want to comment on. Or
That's a good
multiple.
idea, because I think the focus area for the Vasco Road wasn't the first one in the booklet, so that's a good idea.
Yeah, so we are gonna go through them in the following order. First, Vasco Row, that's the one we just finished. The next one is gonna be Las Positas. And then it's gonna be Laughlin.
Midtown.
And then Midtown. And then east of Greenville.
And the process for each focus area will be the same, where we will introduce the summary of the community input, the summary of the GPAC group input, allow public comment for additional community input for those who are here, and then go to the GPAC for their deliberation and direction on that focus area.
Okay. So I'm gonna try to repeat that one more time, just in case it wasn't clear. So Joanna helped us by identifying the Vasco area is number 1, And later next we're gonna talk about Las Positas Fort. And I know these names may or may not mean much, but maybe we have an overall map to show. So the second is Las Positas, the third one is Laughlin, and then Midtown and east of Greenville. Okay, do you need me to repeat the sequence again, Raise your hand? Do you want me to repeat one more time? I have the worst memory, so that helped me. Okay, so Joanna, let's come back to number one. Do we have any comment cards for Vasco? Okay.
And Chair, given the back and forth nature of this, if people would just like to signify that they'd like to speak, I don't know that we have to have a comment card for each of the focus areas. So if you don't have a comment card for it, that's okay. Indicate that you'd like to speak on that particular focus area and you can come speak.
Okay,
Thank you.
I like that. So can we still limit 5 minutes?
3 minutes.
2 minutes?
3.
3 minutes. And how many? Half an hour?
I think that's at your pleasure. How many minutes we allow for each one?
It's at your pleasure.
Okay, got it.
And you don't need to, if we had 40 comments on each item, we should probably set a limit.
Got you. Okay. We do want to really be efficient but not rushed. So I do want to have a good balance there. So 3 minutes each. And please, if I miss you, please raise your hand. I'll try to look very hard. Thank you.
3 minutes. Okay, Greg Scott again. I just want to comment on the housing situation and the planning. And part of that, my interest is because I was homeless in this community for 6 years and 9 months, up to about a year and a half ago. And I spoke to the city council for 2.5 years on homelessness, and it's like speaking to the wall, really. And I attended the Human Services Commission for 2 years and did that nonsense and listened to it. And honestly, we're on no road to solve homelessness. And on the city of Livermore or the county or the state of California, the state of California put $17.5 billion into the homelessness over 4 years, and where are we? We have 170,000 homeless by count. Okay, we have 70,000 homeless on the street of Los Angeles. Now, the governor's just bankrupt on ideas. And his man for housing and his deputy chief of staff on housing and homelessness is Jason Elliott. He's clueless too. Their idea, the $17.5 billion didn't work for homelessness, so let's throw $20 billion at it, right? We're looking at a projected deficit for California of $68 billion. It's the same mode. So homelessness is a little like, on the housing problem. If you do the statistics, more and more people are cost burdened on the housing, and especially as part of this inflation trend we've had since 2022. The rents have gone up a lot, and mortgages with a percentage of the interest rate are outrageous. Housing costs are still very high and a major part of the inflation. And more and more people are cost burdened. Cost burden means that the amount of your gross income you're paying for rent and housing is over 30%. More and more people are cost burdened. It's crazy. We're not solving the problem. So my argument on homelessness, I don't think you're going to solve homelessness by housing. The reason is you're never going to have the resources. But what are you going to do about housing for workers, regular housing for workers? And one of the ideas is you've got to de-commodify housing. We've commodified housing. It's, venture capital, private equity. You've made this game. I'll just give a brief example of Jeff Bezos, the head of Amazon. He's going to give $120 million to solve homelessness, but he's going to start a company for $500 million where people can get a slice of owning homes. So that's going to make it more expensive for everybody. So we have this investment procedure, this economic procedure, that's just making housing more expensive for everyone and impossible for people that don't have housing to get into housing. We're on the wrong track. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I interject? I want to really clarify some procedural point. We always encourage open forum discussions and comments. and we would love to hear from you. However, just to be, again, be efficient and go through all the focus areas, I wonder if we can really look at 4.1 as its own agenda item and really focus on 4.1 being the topic of discussion. And we would love to have you come back and talk to us during the open forum. But please raise your hand and we would love to hear from you. That is specific to the focus area. Thank you so much. Would that be okay? Okay, any objections from the group? Okay, so again, back to focus area 1. I'm sorry, the 1 may not be right.
Well, good evening. My name is Lori Souza, and I'm chair of the board of the Tri-Valley Conservancy. My comments are more general, not to this specific focus area. But the land use planning work that you're doing is very important and will impact our quality of life as well as the character of our community for generations. This next phase of your process is especially important because it will be the basis for your report and recommendations to the City Council. So first, the TVC is most concerned about preserving open space that has high conservation value. As an example, the land currently owned by BART appears to have species and habitat that would be valuable for conservation efforts. These lands, if preserved as open space in perpetuity, can be the starting point for a permanent greenbelt and wildlife corridor along the entire eastern border of Livermore. Second, TVC remains committed to infill housing to protect prime farmland from development and to provide sufficient opportunity for more people to live and work in Livermore, thereby improving our quality of life through improved work-life balance, reducing traffic, and meeting climate goals. Third, the TVC is committed to the sustainability of agriculture in the Livermore Valley. Several of the focus areas will have a direct impact on our ability to support the economic viability of our precious wine country. Fortunately, the City Council did a great job of choosing the members of this committee, as you represent the diversity of Livermore residents and have dedicated yourselves to this complicated and lengthy process. You have our deepest appreciation for your commitment. As you move into these final stages of the process, I trust you will rely upon the key learnings that you have compiled and base your recommendations on the combination of these facts, along with your understanding of what our community needs. To know if these alternatives truly provide for a balanced amount of both housing and jobs, I believe there needs to be a little bit more detailed analysis. We need to better understand the current state of the quality and quantity of jobs in Livermore compared to future job creation needs. Will there be sufficient industrial land available to provide for this and still achieve our infill housing goals? And what is the ideal alignment of a permanent green belt along the city's eastern edge? Thank you for the work that you're doing, and I look forward to following your progress.
Thank you so much.
I have no others. Anyone else for Vasco Road?
Okay, so if possible, let's stay on the
Vasco Road?
Road topic. And if it's okay, maybe we can go back to the map of the color-coded areas, just in case anyone wants to speak to any changes they want to see.
Hi, my name is Jane Gibson. I've lived here for about 50 years. I was on the last workshop, And for this area, when I look at that area, that is already developed with warehouses that are occupied, that are occupied and providing services and jobs and what have you. And what you're, if I'm understanding correctly, what you mapped out was to replace those warehouses and jobs with homes. I know that there's a church, I understand there's a brand new church there that would be affected from it. Why would you tear down and why would you remove working parts for our city when we have other areas where we can put homes? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any others? Okay, So I'm sure some of our committee members would like to have an opportunity to really clarify. We did have a workshop meeting last week, and for those who didn't join us last week, this is the result of our internal workshop. So I would like to have the committee member comment on really the summary that the project team presented. Does this reflect what the committee would like to see? Please speak up. Again, I think raise of your hand is good. Okay, David.
Yeah, I'll just start by saying my family currently rents. We're a tenant in one of the buildings in this space, so I both have some knowledge, but I also have a bias, so I'm just saying that up front. Vasco Row, that area is essentially a burned out industrial park. There's some very nice buildings. Most of them are very low class, meaning they have leaky roofs, they don't have hot water, they don't have sidewalks, there's no parking, but it's a very vital part of the Livermore wine scene, because there's a dozen small producers there that are small wineries. I think there's 12 wineries, 3 breweries, and 1 distillery that are in the space because it's affordable. It takes tens of millions of dollars to buy a large parcel of land and build a winery, but if you can afford the rent and make enough wine and sell enough wine, you can start there. And that's always been the hope, is there's some very successful wineries like Kuda Ridge that started in the garage of my neighbor, then it was in a barn on East Avenue, and then they were able to actually build a purpose-built winery in one of the city's specific plan catalyst sites, and it's one of the most successful operations in the town. So I think the housing transition is already happening. There's a big white cutout, which is sometimes the hard thing at looking at these maps. That's because a big piece of this has already been replaced with housing, and the entire perimeter around it is now single-family housing as well. Up in the northeast corner, I was one of those who advocated for higher density housing, and a lot of that is based on this particular part of Livermore has, from all the data that's been shared with GPAC over the past 2 years, it has some income equity and diversity issues, but there is apartments on the other side of East Avenue directly across from this. That is an old casket factory. It's been closed for years. And most of it's open and been knocked down. There's also some storage sheds. There's lots of things going on. There's, but not a lot of vitality. So that's one of the few locations where I think we could actually build workforce housing that's both affordable and practical. It's walkable to a lot of jobs, and it's bikeable to the aid station and the future Valley Link. So I think some of the things that came out of the group I was in was, look, that's one of the few places where an apartment building would actually be an upgrade to the total neighborhood. It would replace the beeping forklifts at 4 a.m. that a plumbing shop or some other kind of industrial business would have. And then we could build lower density housing, more like townhomes. That is a product that's done very well in Livermore. It would abut the single family housing. So instead of a nice single family house, which is what's all behind to this area, to both the east and to the south, you would have transitional from low density to higher density. And, but we would still capture the inner part, the makerspace, which is so critical to the small startup wineries, distilleries, breweries. The park is key because those businesses are at a disadvantage that they don't have a lot of land, like the people who have vineyards out in the country and have lots of event space. It would be a park that could be both available for the residential people, and it could be activated by the businesses. And there's a lot of entertainment moving in here. So it actually, it works on a lot of levels. It can bring in better equity, better diversity, and it can improve the art scene in Livermore because there's music at night. At least 6 of the wineries are regularly featuring music, and a lot of the neighbors come out of Brisa and out of Charlotte's Court, and they actually take scooters or bike or walk to this venue. So it would be a great addition for the labs. And on the other side of Vasco, that is the long-awaited wine country retail center. 25 years ago, when the area plan was made and the wine country was preserved, there was supposed to be a wine country retail center. Think of an Oakville grocery like you have in Napa. A grocery store with a large parking lot, which would fix the parking issues, especially the parking issues at night, because it operates during the day, and at night, the businesses that are doing entertainment could have parking. I will confess, we're one of those businesses that needs more parking at night. But it would be a place for the electric bike shops, the picnic shops, all the things that create a wine country. That was promised 25 years ago. It had an initial $1 million of funding that was diverted to another project by the city, not to benefit the wine country, but it did benefit the arts. And this was a big win for the wine growers. And the wine growers who have been wanting this activation park for their wine country, because we lack the services that other wine countries have. And so it could all work very synergistically with continuing the transition to housing, but housing that has better density and more diversity, more inclusion, and still protect the small businesses that are in the inner core. And that's what's called the block, which is now renamed the row. The block doesn't include the peripheral. Those businesses are virtually empty. But there's some very nice ones, but most of them are empty lots. So that was the vision that kind of went into the whole thing, and I support the Maker Village, but with higher density housing than what's being shown up in the northeast corner.
So you need back
Northwest corner.
So the one change then that you would suggest, committee member, is to increase the density of housing in the northern portion?
Just capture the bullet 3, but not the location.
Right. No, I think that's because that's where you have apartments on the other side of East Avenue, and that's where you'll have the best access to mass transit, buses. It's all right there currently.
So could I ask then, if what you're suggesting is
Amending bullet 3 to say increase housing density by replacing half the residential medium high density with residential high density in the northwest portion of the project area for the site. Okay.
I'll explain as we go.
Yeah, so what we're looking for at this point is to identify some consensus or majority amongst the GPAC members to include that as a change to this slide. Because what we really want to get to at the end of this process is what's written on that slide when your staff and project team go and develop the new draft alternative for the map, that this is what you want to see. When we bring this back to you the next time, you'll say, yep, that's what I said. So we want to do that through some head nodding until we get to sort of the end of the amendment period, and then we'll actually take a formal roll call vote and say, do you want to move forward with this direction for your staff to move forward with the mapping exercise, and you'll get to say yay or nay at that point.
And so when somebody makes a suggestion, we want to note it, and we're going to look around among our committee members and look for a show of hands. If we have at least half of the people raising the hand, we'll put it down on the slide. If not, then some additional discussion may be needed.
Yeah, just like Paul was saying, so we want to be very clear in terms of tonight's procedure. And so after this direction, after the discussion, we as a group will indicate a very clear direction for the project team. So that's very important for the GPAC members to understand how you will either like to endorse the current summary, or you like to modify that, or any other comments. So take your time. This is really one night that we really want to think it through.
So while people are thinking, I want to ask a question. I think it's mostly geared toward you, Brandon. Is as we go forward with these alternatives, there's going to be a further analysis on what is actually economically feasible in terms of the density, in the housing, commercial, and industrial mix. And I saw the head nod, so I answered the question. But the next follow-on part would be like, what kind of timeline would that look for the community to actually see that kind of information?
For the community to see the analysis?
Yeah, like, I mean, it could be a year, it could be 2 years, just like, what like, kind of.
So to make sure I understand your question, are you asking when the community would see our analysis of the map, or are you asking when?
Yeah, like the economic feasibility of some, like, as we go forward through this, like, based off your experience, like, hey, we can zone for this, but then as we get further to actually reality and like interest, how long do you think that usually takes for them to someone say, okay, you zone for medium, but economically I can't really do medium, I could do lower, like, and it doesn't have to be a part of this process. I'm just talking conceptually in general.
Sure, I think part of the filter that we would want to run the final or the draft preferred alternative through is what's the probability of conversion of the land use types that you've all directed us to include, and we bring that back to you sometime early next year and say, you want high density housing here in the current market that's not supported, or it's only supported at these rents or something like that, which is potentially okay, because you might have a scenario in which you have a portion of the housing that's feasible in today's market and a portion that may take some time to become feasible. This is a long-range planning exercise. But what we want to do to the fullest extent we can is take the direction you're giving us and then run it through the analysis to say, not only is it feasible by looking at something like residual land value, which you've all learned about through the process, but also what's the probability of this converting in a reasonable period of time. Those are, somewhat speculative in terms of analysis because every case has different factors to it, but we want to give you a reasonable confidence interval that something that you've put on the map is perhaps aspirational but not delusional.
Great. That's actually, you kind of translated my word salad there.
But it also doesn't mean it happens right away.
Right.
Just because the general plan finishes in a year and now it's high density housing, if there's a tenant there, it doesn't mean that they get kicked out. It means that over time, if they want to change what they're doing, they would
Have the option.
be designated to change the housing.
Right. That's exactly right. So each one of the properties we're looking at is owned by a landowner and may or may not have a different tenant. And the landowner may decide, I want to continue doing my industrial use, or I have a 5-year lease with my tenant. And so some of those things will play into the time frame for any of these properties. Housing values for developable land are generally pretty good, and we'll give you some of that information as well. The value for the type of housing available will drive in part how likely it is that the landowner may be interested in converting in the near term.
So the other piece I would add, just to build on Paul's comments, is while the community outreach campaign that we've engaged in and are summarizing for you has come to a close, we are still getting feedback, including from property owners. That's coming in a bit onesie-twosie, and some of them are in the audience tonight. We've seen them, and I'm sure we'll continue to hear from them, and that will be incorporated into the feedback you get as well. That while this product may be feasible in market conditions, we've heard that the property owner doesn't want this or thinks that it's a long timeline for conversions. We'll be able to add that into the comments as well. This is not the last shot that you'll have at making changes to this map. So this is initial direction for us to make some of the changes you've identified. We'll bring it back, confirm that that's what you said and that the map reflects your wishes, and then we'll have additional analysis that we'll present as we move along through this process early next year.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think there's a consensus among all of us that we really do want to know the feasibility of a lot of these plans, a lot of these numbers, and that we respect that the project team would really do a very concerted effort to try to explain these feasibility filters in a way that someone like a layperson myself can relate to, because I have no background whatsoever in urban planning. So I want to echo that sentiment that the community clearly will have that interest in understanding these numbers and the feasibility of these plans. So we will continue to push for that kind of data clarity.
Question?
In line with that input regarding landowners may or may not agree to the land use, as a follow-up to what David said about the retail part east of Vasco, so was that true of that particular property owner? That's why we haven't had any retail put on that property, on that parcel? So where was the retail that David was referring to?
You're talking about the retail east of Vasco
Right.
Road there. Yes. So I'm sorry, what was the question?
So David referred to the retail being promised 20 years ago or so, 25 years ago or so, but we have not had it. So was that part of?
So I don't think Committee Member Camp was referencing, were you talking about this particular site or just in general the concept of a wine country retail center?
Well, the existence of that, which was in the South Livermore Valley area plan and acknowledged by the city, it has never had a site identified by the city until this process. And that was the first time when it came up and said, this could be a potential site if we make a maker's village where we could actually locate a wine country center. It's open land, it's not currently being farmed. I think it had been farmed at one time.
So at this point, we have not heard from every property owner who resides within the focus areas. That is a process that will be ongoing, and we'll continue to provide that feedback to the committee as we move forward.
All right, thank you.
So at this point, does it feel appropriate to check in with the group?
I guess I feel like I can start by saying that I agree with Mr. Kent's sentiment on the east side of Vasco, although I don't necessarily like it being the parking, because that means there's lots of people walking across, and it's, I think, already an issue, like people walking down that area. I mean, I just think that it's kind of dangerous, and I also don't like the park being on that side, because people taking their bottles of wine and beers and having their drinks, and I don't know, just walking across a busy street with all that fun sounds dangerous to me. So but I also do support the high density. I think that it is a great infill city location to have more affordable housing as opposed to out.
And by the way, I agree with you, is the park will only work as it's shown in A and C. It would be a waste of taxpayer money to build it in B.
So was your concern about if the park were to be relocated to?
Yeah, so like the option where the park or the green space is on the east side of Vasco in that property.
Okay.
I don't really support that, because especially as somebody with kids who would take advantage of that, it would make me nervous to like have a bunch of people.
So the Maker Village alternative we're starting with under this set of direction is Maker Village is on the left.
Oh, okay.
So in that case, the park would be on the west side of Vasco Road.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd actually piggyback a little bit of that, not necessarily the park space, because it's based off the Maker Village alternative, it's already there. I'd actually want to kind of gauge in terms of getting some of that commercial retail space on the east side, getting that more incorporated into the core, because, you know, as Member Kent had mentioned, there's a lot of families that are going there and like kind of checking out the area, the entertainment area that's already kind of in that core. And if we put some of the more commercially type zoning, like a grocery store or possibly some sort of food or dining alternatives on the east side of Vasco, you're asking more or less families in that area to either drive there, or if they walk, they are going to be crossing a very, in my opinion, a very dangerous street. So I'd actually think putting it in the core would actually be safer and more beneficial to the surrounding areas. So then the housing that we see in the alternatives in the surrounding neighborhood would be able to walk and utilize that space a lot easier.
So the second bullet there calls for increasing the wine country commercial. I believe the intent of that was to move it into the core, as you're describing.
Perfect.
So
Okay.
we can further elucidate that in the point itself, that you want some of that moved, so some of the food and other aspects can be on that side.
Yeah.
Is it swapping, or is it swapping some pink with red, or just making more red and less pink?
The bullet says making more red and less pink.
But again, that's for the committee to provide us with that feedback. If what committee member Stroud is suggesting is expanding the wine country commercial into the core, then that would necessarily involve the removal of some of the mixed industrial.
I was thinking more of a swap, but
Okay.
I mean, I think there are some members on the committee who will have a better sense of the wine country needs than I would. I'm just speaking primarily from somebody with a family who would never cross that street with my family. Like, you know, not like even in the sometimes the middle of the day that people drive way too fast, I would avoid that area.
Unless you did like a footbridge or something, which I know is outrageously expensive and not economical.
And I do have a suggestion before we get too far, because I think if the dialogue just goes, we're gonna get multiple suggestions around multiple changes. We have one suggestion on the table that we haven't gotten complete feedback about. So I would suggest that we finish, if you go back to the map, and we finish the conversation about, can somebody go back to it? About that northern corner and transitioning some of that to higher density. If we could focus on that with your comments, and then we can jump into additional comments about how we move things and other aspects of what we've got on the screen.
Paul, can you repeat that? Just you want to focus on the northern portion in terms of residential?
Right, so committee member Kent had a suggestion that we modify, can you go back to the image? Okay, you go ahead. So the suggestion was that at the northwest side there, that an area there be modified to be high-density housing. So this would be higher-density apartments in that location. So that was the suggestion, that was a good location for that use.
Okay, bullet 3.
And I was just gonna say that we modified bullet 3 to capture that feedback. And so that's what's on the table.
So what we're looking for is first some discussion about that, and then a show of hands on, do you think that's a good idea?
Just bullet 3.
Just bullet 3. Yes.
I think Krista has some.
Yeah, I'm in favor of that because I support more affordable housing. I don't think there's enough of it.
I would say I agree. We need more higher density, especially if we think about it without east of Greenville. We're gonna have to increase the density everywhere.
Well, I mean, there's no housing component with east of Greenville. So
No, I know, but that's industrial area. Otherwise, that industrial area would have to be somewhere else.
Yeah, I don't see how well, we also don't know that it's affordable, and I don't see how the high density supports the vision for that use. So I would say, in that regard, I'm not in support of it.
Other feedback, comments?
What's that?
Did you have a comment on something else?
Yeah, something else.
Okay. So let's see a show of hands. How many people are supportive of this modification of the bullet? Okay.
Can you abstain?
You can here, later on, we're going to ask you to vote, and you cannot abstain then, but you can abstain now. We're just looking to see who supports it, and I think I saw enough people to keep it there for now. And so now we would open it up to other comments. Perhaps Committee Member Stroud's comment about
the commercial space.
Commercial space.
Yeah, so the comment would be to, I think it's a little bit in there, but it would be swapping some of the space for commercial on the east side and bringing that into the core. How much? I mean, I think there's probably a conversation around that, if it's a full swap or half swap or whatever. I just would like to see some of that red zoning, the deeper red, so just for those in the audience, the deeper red is a commercial versus the purple is like an industrial zoning. Get some of that deeper red into the core and some of the purple on the outside. It could be a full swap, it could be a half. That part I don't have any strong feelings about, so if anyone else on the committee does, they can.
So the suggestion then is to starts similarly with Maker Village, Maker Village alternative, and then swap the wine country, some of the wine country alternative or all of the, alternative, wine country commercial or all of it with a requisite amount of the mixed commercial industrial there.
Yeah, again, I think some members may be able to speak on the need for the amount of wine country industrial and wine country commercial zoning. in terms of full, like, we don't want to replace, maybe swap it, so I think maybe we might have a better stance on.
Yeah, I would just say, I mean, because there's a lot of things that have to be done. Vasco is a complete street. It's got good setbacks, except right there. There are no bike lanes. There are no sidewalks. Most of the parking is illegal parking against the rules of the city. So there has to be a light and there has to be a crosswalk if you're going to actually pull the eastern portion in. If you don't do that, you shouldn't even develop it. You should just leave it as fallow land, which is what it is now, because if you don't have access, and this area currently is not bikeable, it's not walkable, and it's not, and you cross the street at your own peril. But the assumption is if you're actually doing it, you would do it right and make complete streets and add crosswalks and lights. And if not, you should just drop off the east part altogether because it'll be no value.
Yeah, I think that is a good point, that the city would not allow this type of a development without site improvements that are consistent with the rest of the road and development standards.
Would those types of development, like signalized crossing or whether it be a raised stable crossing, would those things be implemented at the same time, or would they be implemented in a much later future? Because I know, like, for instance, I live off East Avenue. It's pretty unsafe to cross East Avenue unless you're, all the way by Mines Road. Or like, there's very few signalized crossings on East Avenue. I think I see, someone had passed away and they put a mural on the stop sign that's been there for quite some time. Now you're doing the bulb out, quick build bulb outs, or whatever you want to call them. So I'm just curious if those types of improvements would happen like right away, or would it be something that would take some time?
So I think it would happen in the near term. The land uses themselves will take time to change, but I would expect that once the general plan was adopted with a change in land use, that we would then, a next step is for us to look at all of our other documents, codes, requirements. We would look at our active transportation plan and see what sort of changes, what might be needed in certain locations. It might be a year or two after the general plan is adopted, but I think within the near term, somewhere in that time frame, we would probably try to address
Paul,
this.
is there a scenario in which the development itself would show up without the street improvements?
No.
Yeah, the city has funding ready for those types of improvements?
We would, again, depending on all the changes in the general plan, we would prioritize areas based on need for public safety, but they would all be done eventually. The highest need areas would go first.
Okay. And is it possible to, I don't know if it happens a little more, but to have the developers have like impact fees to pay for those types of things based on what type of developments are coming in?
Any new development, any new buildings constructed would pay impact fees.
Okay.
And or the developer itself might put in that improvement. If there may be a need to service that development with those types of improvements, and so the developer would put those in.
If the development came early enough. I think we see that there's enough activity out there that with these changes in land use, we would likely proactively pursue it.
Let's go back to bullet 2. We want to specify the kind of increases and the kind of removals.
It would certainly be helpful for us if we identified how much.
And where?
I think as written, it says increase wine country commercial and remove, but what committee member Stroud had suggested is kind of a replacement or a switch. So I think that's the discussion on the table.
Can we open the floor for other thoughts? I work nearby, and I agree that public safety is very important. And I don't know if it's necessary to really do a one-by-one swap or maybe some sort of mix just to really prioritize public safety. At the same time, really increase the utility. So maybe some other committee members can chime in as far as whether it's a swap or is it infill.
Just to, I appreciate the discussion on public safety. I don't know that that's gonna help us get to the bullet, because no matter, like if it's industrial use
people who work there will have to walk the street. If it's a retail use, people who shop there will have to walk the street. So to me, I think we've had a discussion that safety is important and we're gonna make sure that the city prioritizes it, but that doesn't factor in, like if we're gonna swap or if we're gonna, that's like an economic discussion. So I would hope that Mr. Kent or other people who know about the economics could weigh in on that. Put you on the spot.
Well, yeah, well, my view is I'm looking, because they spend all the time to try to train us on basic planning principles, is if you're putting high density apartments, which I think the majority of the committee supports in the northeast corner, the row of old buildings, but there's some of the better buildings on the other side of the street, those 3 parcels of purple, and there's a church up there, it's brand new, it's very nice, but it's all residential, single family residential in all that white area. I would probably put townhomes, because that's the typical transition. You've got high density apartments, and you've got townhomes going to single family homes, which are already there. They're nice homes, they're pretty small. And then you would have, the block would just be a block. It would be square with a park in the middle of it. You don't have to put more wine country commercial in there, because that's happening anyway, because the old businesses there are pulling out and going to other places that are more suitable for tile cutting and plumbing fixtures, and this is kind of the kind of businesses that were there, and the wineries and the breweries are moving in. So it's just happening now anyway. But there's more residential that can be yielded out of the Maker Village alternative, because the space requirements of the makers is very small, because that's all they can afford. So you've got people renting 3,000 square feet and splitting it between 2 wineries so they can cut the rent in half.
So is your perspective then that the reason to have the wine country commercial on the east side of Vasco is because of the availability of undeveloped space to facilitate something like a grocery store, as opposed to having that on the west side of Vasco where there are existing facilities?
And it can happen soon. It can happen fast, whereas the buildings that should be residential, those 3 parcels on the west side of Research Drive, it makes no sense to have commercial in between 2 residential, neighborhoods. But that may take 20 years before the owners of those buildings convert them to townhomes. It may happen in 5, maybe 20, but it will eventually happen. This whole area is transitioning to residential. The part of the Makers Village was, instead of letting it all go to residential, can we do something for Livermore and for the wine country by preserving the maker space? Because without it, how do little wineries start up?
So
You can't start up in the county. The county is
right.
big.
To try to summarize the comment, I think one of the challenges maybe you're identifying is that the creation of new makerspace type facilities on the east side of Vasco Road, which would require brand new construction of relatively small, flexible industrial condos, may be more challenged in terms of new construction on the east side of the road than the utilization of existing facilities and the block, in that main block area. And so you're recommending that the wine country commercial stay on the east side of the road, and the mixed commercial industrial makerspace.
Yeah, and I know
facility type
Jeremy's
stays
not
there.
here, but he feels very strongly that makers need to be a component. You just don't want tasting rooms. You want people that are still making beer, wine, and spirits in the back, with a tasting room in the front.
So, can I see the pointer in? So would you, I think one of the things I heard was potentially turn these units into residential, is that correct?
Right, it would be the same level of density of what you would have on the other side of Research Drive.
Right.
Which also abuts single-family housing.
Right. And to preserve more of this makerspace, would you swap that with something down here, for example, and keep some of this makerspace, or did I misconstrue that?
Well, there's a winery and a distillery in there now. That's probably going to continue for quite some time.
Right. So that's a separate topic than what Committee Member Stroud brought up. should probably close
But
on
it wouldn't
that.
be, I wouldn't move the Oakville type grocery into the core, because there's already buildings there that people have moved in, like hermit crabs, into these old buildings. I would just keep them safe and leave them as they are. When you build a retail center, you'll end up with tasting rooms and things in there, because that's what always happens. But that's your chance to build new and attract a grocer or a food hub. There's been talk with the supervisor that he'd like to see, what Castro Valley has a food hub. It's a year-round farmer's market. We have a great farmer's market, but it only operates in the warm months.
Other comments on that topic?
Well, I think there's room for it to be a little bit on both sides. That's why I was thinking like maybe some of it, not all of it. Because when you talk about like creating like a commercial space for residential, I'm not talking like putting a grocery store there. I'm talking like some area that's like more or less dedicated to like restaurants, cafes, and the like that can complement the breweries, the distilleries, and the wineries that are in the area that are doing wine tasting. So it's not just wine tasting in that core right next to residential. There's places for the families that can go to cross the street, go to the park, go to grab a coffee, hang out at the park with their kids, grab some food or whatever. That's the kind of stuff I was thinking, to really just activate that central area. So, I mean, does that side of town need a grocery store? Yeah, probably. When we're kind of grocery store, poor in a lot of these neighborhoods in our city. And do we need stuff like bike repair, bike rental? Yeah, I think that'd be great to be able to rent your bike and ride up and down Tesla and take it back. But I just don't think when you talk about like creating a space that's for visitors and for the community, you kind of need to have like a multiple like angled approach. Like on the right hand side, if I see it there, I see that as space that people who are coming in, tourists that are visiting, are going to drive to. And people who don't live in that neighborhood are going to drive to, versus if you put a little bit on the inside, that's where the people who are going to be living in the neighborhood could walk to. So I think, like I said, I think there's room for both. And I'd like to possibly see if there's room for that. But like I said, I don't want to like take it away from the east side wholesale, because I think, like I said, I don't want to just completely shift the whole thing. And I also don't want to take away too much space from the maker spaces that we do have planned for like, commercial or industrial use cases too. So I'm just asking for like a sliver for like something there to really activate and bring that core, make it really lively.
And so I think what we do have now is under bullet 2 that we would move some wine country commercial into that core area. That's already there. So there would be some opportunity for the area in purple there to be converted, not from maker, but to wine country commercial. And how much is yet to be defined. And again, if the committee has specific feedback on that, we can take it, or staff can take a shot at it and bring it back to you, and we can further refine it.
Yeah, and I know, Brandon, you asked for the where. Somewhere next to the park is kind of, I think, is the ideal where. Like, if I'm looking at the map and throwing a dart, I would be aiming for the southwest corner there. Yeah, like in that area, because that's really like it's central to the housing surrounding it, and it's central to it being right next to the park. So it kind of, again, looking for a small little space that I think would probably be the more ideal location for it. If you're asking for a where from me.
Okay. So can we do a show of hands at this point?
Let's go back to bullets so we can see what the bullet is saying.
So I think, and perhaps a slight embellishment of the bullet 2 would be to move and add some wine country commercial somewhere near the park for the next iteration of the map. We're going to show of hands on that.
Can we see the wording? Yeah, thank you.
That was good? Okay, sorry, hands one more time. Looked like we had a strong majority. Okay, excellent. I do want to return to the point that Paul brought up that I think Committee Member Kent added, just to make sure everybody's clear, who had already voted for the concept of, or endorsed the concept of the residential in the northwest portion, that Committee Member Kent was suggesting it on both sides of Research Drive. Is that?
Do you want to modify the third bullet just to say north, west, and or corner? or both sides of the.
Yeah, northwest on both sides of Research Drive perhaps.
Yeah, that's great, just to keep track.
And this slide really is just to make sure we have clear direction. It's not a policy document or anything like that. So but
We understand
more
that.
clarity is better for
I
us.
think visual, validation
Absolutely.
for a lot of people is important.
So I guess that's part 1A of that modification, and then part 1B could be the leaving where Wood Family Vineyard and the distillery currently are, especially given Committee Member Kent's comments that they're not likely to go anywhere given their successful operations. So we could do a swapping essentially of the east side of Research Drive to the north with the southern portion where Wood Family and the distillery are. Show of hands in support of that? Questions?
I was just wondering if this might be a good area to have like lower level industrial, commercial, and upper apartments kind of mixed in there, so that way you're not taking land away from potential business and you're also providing housing. And I know that is typically not a popular route to go, but I feel like in this area, if there's lots of people living there and lots of businesses and tourists going in, that it might not be a bad idea. Maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, so in that case, what Paul was just saying is you could allow mixed use,
Yeah.
A mixed commercial, industrial, residential as an option, what Andy's saying.
So that way we can have some RENA numbers and taken care of, and then also kind of satisfy like the natural development of the area to be fun and hip and cool place.
So that would largely, and this is just food for thought for the group as you think about that, that would largely involve the removal and replacement of the current structures as opposed to a change in the use modification.
Wouldn't that be true if you're building an apartment building anyway?
Building a what?
An apartment building, wouldn't you have to remove
Yes, so I guess I should clarify, which section are you talking about?
any of the housing that we were talking
Oh,
about
I
in the
see.
north end of?
I see.
Yeah.
And if you allowed it, you wouldn't necessarily require it,
Right.
but you could accommodate it if someone wanted to consider a mixed use. So that's again a question to the committee. So we got two questions on the floor. I think one is the swap, and then the other is this idea of allowing mixed use. Other comments?
Can you give us an idea of how, in terms of land space, that east side of Vasco, what do you compare it with what's existing right now?
It's about 5 acres. That piece of land, there's 2 parcels there, it's about 5 acres total. You want a comparable kind of, and I'll just, give me a quick minute, I'll go back to you. Yeah, so I guess that's true. So the parking lot downtown is a pretty good analog for that. That's about 4 acres. So the big parking gravel area that's going to be behind the First Street businesses there, that's about 4 acres. So a little smaller than that, to give you a sense of scale.
So there's not a whole lot of, if we talk about industrial, it's not a whole lot of industrial space you can put on there, is it?
Industrial space you could put on the east side. Yeah, east side is vacant land today, and probably would be a challenging site to develop with industrial, if that's the question that you're asking.
And when I say industrial, it's still wine related,
Right.
Industry related.
Yeah, we would certainly be looking at that through the feasibility analysis, but developing smaller scale industrial facilities like these is more challenging today than it has been. Yep, so we got the 2 questions on the table. One's the housing swap, and then the other is adding a residential mixed use component to the commercial industrial. So why don't we take the housing swap first? Show of hands, who's comfortable with?
To take away housing and put in more commercial?
So it's add the housing on that side and revert that side to a makerspace type of facility. Is what I understood the.
Yeah.
Say that one more time.
add residential on the other side of research on the north end, and convert that to the commercial industrial, like the makerspace product that's in the core there.
Can you split it? The question.
Certainly. Okay, so see who supports one but not the other?
Yeah, I'm not in favor of taking housing out.
Okay,
We need
so-
all the infill housing we can get.
We did?
Yeah, no, it's all one housing. This won't go to housing.
Okay.
Now is it, are we adding?
So is the current status, as the committee understands it, that we have already added the residential to the other side of Research Drive in the north section? That's the current status? Yeah, I did too. Okay.
I thought it was just west
So
side.
then,
Can we get a show of hands on that? If we're adding, I think this was committee member Kent's comment, let's do them one at a time. We're adding residential on both sides to the north. Is that, how many are okay with that?
On the north side.
And the north?
Yeah.
Okay, so most, okay, good. And then on the,
on the south side, I saw a more mixed idea. Let me just ask it, should we keep that as housing? How many would keep that as housing? 2. How many would change some of it to the Maker Village? 4. Okay, so we got a few more for Maker Village. Any more discussion about that, since we're a little uncertain?
I mean, my outlook, I think, is that kind of jumps onto what some members had said, where we have some businesses there that are doing well, and I think there's opportunities for zoning that could enhance their capabilities in terms of what they can and cannot do in that space, and give them more lanes to do more that could benefit the business and the city and the surrounding areas in terms of providing services. So I wouldn't want to change that zoning to residential for a successful business today that could then ultimately restrict them from being able to grow, and ultimately, if they do want to grow, having to look outside that current space. So that's kind of my outlook for some of those spaces, and I don't know how many of those parcels fit that description, but I do know some of them do, with Wood Family being there, the speakeasy that they operate right next door, but I don't know how far down that road it goes. So there could be a line that could get drawn with that conversation. I just know with Wood Family there being the winery that it is, I wouldn't want to inhibit their growth.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I have one. So let's go back to the map. I think there are enough unknowns to me personally that I really can't say yes or no based on a number of factors, how feasible it is to change the corner yellow to industrial, or how feasible, how does that change the overall ratio? So can we ask for more analysis just to know that decision is based on feasibility and overall aggregate?
Absolutely. So again, your decision today is not final. We're going to call this a draft. We'll take your draft back. We're going to analyze it for feasibility. And we'll analyze the housing for feasibility in general. If you told us to keep the first couple of parcels there as Maker Village, we could analyze the feasibility of that too. Or if you want us to analyze it all as housing, we can do that as well. So that's what we're looking for from the group, is what we'd like to analyze.
So personally, I agree with the driver that David brought up, that the fact that the right-hand side of Research Drive is already housing, the left-hand side of the red area is already housing, seems to be more, it's kind of a whole community right there without breaking up. However, the south side, it doesn't seem to have a strong driver, so it's really based on feasibility and overall aggregates, to me. So no vote?
Here's our question. So you mentioned, David, that how much of purple is being used? You said some tile businesses are going to move out and other different type of commercial use, but how much of the purple do you think is necessary to keep that Maker Village thriving? Like the bottom row that we're discussing converting to purple, you're saying you're voting against that. Are you saying it's not necessary?
It's already purple now. I mean, the winery that's in there is outgrown the space, so they're actively looking for other space, but another winery will move in, it's a good site.
But you
just
voted-
for a smaller winery. But it's purple now, the question is, because it abuts housing, is it better off everything on that side of Research Drive that abuts housing be housing, or do you want a little island of commercial just to irritate the neighbors? Well, that's what it does. But given how well it rents and the rents they get, it's likely to stay commercial until the buildings fall down.
Is that something you can allocate for mixed use there?
You could allocate any of it for mixed use. It's unlikely to change to mixed use without a new building being constructed or without at least a second floor being constructed.
But it allows for it to be residential one day, right?
Yeah.
Stay commercial until then.
Yes.
So you're just overlaying the residential zoning on top of the current commercial zoning.
You're adding a permitted use.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Seems like it's middle ground. For outside of research, anything on this?
Question. But you know, we've seen that stuff happen downtown before. Remember the beautiful row of townhomes that got built, and there was a pizza place that wouldn't allow it to be completed. So they hung out, and so they kind of built half of the townhome row, and then that business went out of business. And I think it's a nail salon or something there now, but it's, so, and the owner may never want to sell it. He may want to keep it as commercial and get rents forever. And the person building the townhomes next to it will be irritated because they'd rather build out the entire block. But that happens. It happens every day in the city now.
I would say the only thing to think about with the mixed use is that if you allow it, if you can go back to the map, if you allow it in that Maker Village core, you will be bringing residents in that may not want to have the music or some of the other activities in the evenings or on the weekends. So it's a compatibility issue potentially.
On the south side of the street.
I'm talking about in that core.
Yeah, all four of those will be impacted by the commercial. Because they are now, because it's Altamont Brewery there and it's busy.
Right. Mm-hmm. So let's try. Go ahead. I think what was on the table that we didn't quite get a decision on, maybe we can do one more show of hands, is on that bottom corner there, let me ask the question, shall we keep that as housing? Who would like to keep it as housing? I think the options are going to be keep it as housing, convert it to Maker Village, or allow mixed use. So those are the three options I'll throw out. So I saw just a couple of hands for keep it as housing. Who would like to have it convert to Maker Village? Only a couple. Who would like to go to mixed use? Seeing, we got three? We got four. Okay, so it's not a majority, but it is the most hands that we got on this. So we'll bring back to you an analysis of mixed use in that area.
Quick question, can you go back to the map?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. So I'm trying to understand kind of where everybody's coming from, because if the vision for this actually is create a visitor destination that supports production and maker spaces that serves a gateway to South Livermore wine country, housing on Vasco and the type of housing, it's obviously you drive further down Vasco and it's Vineyard Gate and all those really nice homes, but there's some that have blended in with all the trail and everything. That would not be the case here, and would look more like what you have at the corner of East and Vasco, and then obviously further down as you drive, back towards Patterson and all that. So I'm just trying to understand why anyone, if this is actually the vision, would try then and support the housing as far as this vision goes. I understand people have a lot of philosophies on housing in general. So it would just kind of be like, maybe we should change the vision then, because like there's not much like South Livermore Wine Country gateway messaging with more housing on your gateway, right? Or am I missing something?
I think at the back of our heads, or at the back of my head, we're always going to have that Vina element, especially if we go to the Las Positas and 2 of the groups said no change. So we're not adding any housing element on one of the focus areas. So it's always going to be that element.
But RENA is not like our vision. That's not Livermore's vision.
But it's a mandate though. So
Yeah,
we gotta
but
have it.
I mean, like in that case, RENA should be there.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
Are you talking about just on Vasco, or are you talking about along the entire length of research?
Well, I think they're two separate. I mean, I understand like why David is saying what he is as far as like the housing up at Research and East Avenue.
Yeah.
Like on that side. I understand why. But like to also try and add housing on Vasco.
So like it's really those 2 corner lots, like Wood Family, that's what you're talking about?
Yeah, because like what housing are you going to put in there? High density.
Yeah. But not like the rest of Research Drive. We're just talking about just.
Medium.
Maybe it'd be helpful to put the place types up.
I mean, helpful for who?
For the whole crowd, because we have the books, but they don't. It's
I know.
that
It's
extra
medium high density.
Medium high.
Yeah,
David.
it's rows of townhomes, yeah.
Yeah, it would be like a.
I mean.
The people who would move into them are the ones who like to go out at night.
Yeah.
Or people who work at the lab.
And I suggest that we really don't have enough data at this point, that just not confined to one direction.
So we will, if it's okay with the committee, we'll evaluate some mixed use, and at least that gives you another land use type to consider. And so we'll do a little bit of evaluation for that in that bottom corner there. Any other comments on this focus area? Otherwise, we will ask you to vote to approve the changes that we've made so far.
So this approval is not to say that is the final direction, is to say this is the consensus based on our exercise. And then we are asking for a lot more data even after this. So I feel comfortable saying moving forward to the next focus area.
I motion we vote on the slide.
Second.
Wow. Look at that.
Yep.
I'm like around.
Second from. Vote on the direction that's contained in the slide.
Okay, so we have a second. Okay, so thank you so much for having a very helpful first case. Maybe the next case.
Committee member.
Oh, we have to call roll?
Yes, we do.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay.
This is the vote part.
Oh, this is the vote part. Okay, this is the vote part. Okay, Debbie, please.
Yes, thank you. So, Committee Member Alexi?
Aye.
Committee Member Bhatia?
Aye.
Committee Member Chiang?
Aye.
Committee Member Halverson?
No.
Committee Member Kent?
Aye.
Committee Member Kingsbury?
Aye.
Committee Member Ladone? Committee Member Pete?
Can I say?
We need a yes or a no.
This is it, Chris.
It'll be counted as a yes, not a no. Remember, this is not the last time that you're going to get to see it, but either yes or a no is fine. Yep.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
Committee Member Revuelta?
Aye.
And Committee Member Strout?
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Chair has to
Chair.
Oh, so sorry, Chair Shay.
Oh, that's an aye.
So I have 10 ayes and 1 nay.
Thank you so much, Debbie.
At this time, Chair, we would like to move to the next focus area, but we'd recommend we move to the Eastern Greenville focus area. There's some folks in the audience that would like to speak to that item.
Okay, so we're changing the sequence.
Yes.
Okay, Joanna, you are.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's skip ahead here to east of Greenville. This is obviously a focus area that has attracted a lot of attention throughout the process. So we have 3 alternatives for the east of Greenville Road focus area, as has been mentioned tonight. This is just over 11,000 acres located east of Greenville Road. It's west of the aqueduct, that's the curvy line, and south of 580. The southern edge of this goes down to Patterson Road. The city added the east of Greenville Road as a potential new job growth area, given the amount of potential residential infill that's being considered in the other 4 focus areas based on the feedback that we were receiving from the GPAC, from the business and commercial community in Livermore, in the direction from the city council. And the vision for this area is to establish land uses that support innovation and technology companies in a complete district, to be able to host a mix of jobs, services, and amenities, to really help the city meet its long-term fiscal sustainability goals, and again, find a way that this can serve as an inviting gateway to Livermore, South Livermore wine country. So you can see from these alternatives that there is no residential in any of these alternatives. All 3 alternatives contemplate a different mix of industrial, that's the purple color, commercial, that's the bright red color, maintaining existing public or utilities uses, that's kind of the light blue color. And then a new research campus idea, that might be some sort of partnership with educational institutions and the labs, taking advantage of the proximity of the labs, which are just across Greenville here. And I misspoke earlier, I apologize. I said it was Patterson, it's not. Patterson is in the midpoint of the focus area here. And then the other 2 land uses are, this dark green would be a regional sports park type of amenity, and that happens in alternative B and alternative C in the darker green color that you see. The lighter green color would be some sort of agricultural or open space green belt or protected area to preserve open space. That might be a thicker band kind of going lengthwise down the area, as in alternative A. It might be a very thin band, as in alternative B. It might be a larger kind of solid, more consolidated chunk in the northern part of the area, as in alternative C. And then all 3 alternatives also include this kind of light green wine catalyst site at the southern end. So when we heard from the community at all of the different events that I listed earlier in the presentation, we did hear a pretty wide range of perspectives from the community about whether or not it's appropriate to consider urban uses in the east of Greenville area. For the folks who are open to considering that, people responded to alternative A by saying that they would like to see an increase in the commercial and agricultural land in that alternative. People who were more drawn to alternative B would remove the sports park, reduce the amount of land dedicated to that research campus use that I talked about, and replace some of the commercial with industrial. And for those who preferred alternative C, they would also remove the sports park, move the research campus to a different area that's a little bit flatter, more topographically easier to develop, and increase the amount of open space. So we did hear, as you can see here, that if there is a sports park in this area, the locations as initially drafted in the alternative C may be a little bit too remote and too hard to reach. Folks were interested in planning for a wildlife corridor at the old 580 underpass. Thinking about connectivity and site access, this is pretty undeveloped at this point, and so that would really be starting from scratch in terms of connecting and integrating this area into existing Livermore roadway network. One thing that motivates people to consider supporting development here is increased tax revenue through development of this area, but they would really only want to see that happen if the types of industrial uses were something more than just warehousing. A number of folks have pointed out that the topography in this area is pretty hilly and could make industrial development challenging. So when we did our workshop with the GPAC in November, Group 1 started with alternative A, relocated the sports park from the south to the north and added a green belt to the east. maintained the agricultural site in the south, added a little bit more of commercial general north of Patterson Pass Road in the middle there, where you can see in the marker, maintain the existing public uses, and designate all of the remaining area with that purple general industrial designation. There was interest in kind of letting the market determine where the research campus would be located rather than identifying a specific location for that on the land use map. Group 2 started with a blank map and colored it in. Their alternative would add a sports park in the southeast of the focus area. Again, that's the darker green that you see kind of on the outer edge. Change the wine catalyst site to open space, maintain the public designations, add open space buffers along both west and east. You can see the kind of vertical green stripes there. Designate the majority of the focus area in, again, the purple general industrial. They did include space for a research campus, that's the blue and black stripes. And then designate a small triangle that goes west of Greenville Road as mixed commercial and industrial. And then finally, from the third group of the GPAC workshop, they started with alternative C and revised that to replace some of the what had been the bright red commercial general south of Patterson Pass with the restriped research campus, so that would go all the way to Greenville Road. So in attempting to kind of synthesize that and give you a starting point for your discussion tonight, we're starting with an idea of starting with alternative A, but relocating the sports park to the north and using the research campus idea from alternative C. So just to rehash, this is where we would start with alternative A. There would be a research campus, a sports park kind of in the northern part of the focus area somewhere. And then you would pull over that striped blue and red research campus from alternative C and use that kind of larger shape in alternative A. So again, that is the kind of starting point for the GPAC discussion tonight.
Comments first?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I appreciate your patience. I know we took a while to finish the first focus area. So I would still like to be as efficient as possible and ask that you really address this particular focus area. Yes, in a larger context, but each speaker again will have 3 minutes, and please be patient with each other. And should I just call, or Debbie, could you please call?
I do have a couple of comment cards already for this specific area,
Okay,
so I'm gonna go with that order first, and then we'll see if there's any additional ones. I have Jean King first.
Do you want me to come up there? You're gonna come to me? Okay. But do I have to, can I sit down?
Yes, you can.
Okay. I'm not as mobile as I might have been one time. Okay, I have a couple comments.
Is it turned on?
Is it on?
Get it really close to your mouth.
Yeah.
Now, can you hear me?
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you for letting me sit down. I'm not as mobile as I was. I want to emphasize that what should be considered in this area is no plan at all. And I think it has been a mistake that it was not mentioned at a lot of the meetings. But there should be the option that there is no plan here, that you do not use this area. And there are several reasons why you should not do that. For one thing is that even if you move it out and you say there's going to be no housing, that's not going to make it permanently that there's no housing. That can be changed in the future. Research can always be done in the open campuses of both labs, both the lab and the Sandia lab. They have open campuses, and research facilities can be in those things and open to the public. And if you want open space, just leave it the way it is in the county open space. You don't need to say and change it. I attended the workshop at Croce School, and the vast majority of attendees did not want to develop the area west of Greenville. An overwhelming number of dots that showed the priorities of the attendees were on the place for leave it as open space. I don't know how the other workshops and pop-ups works. I don't know if they were given a choice of priorities, and I do not know if they were ever given a no build for that area. If all options were not always given, then the outreach statistics are incomplete and flawed. It is premature and a significant waste of taxpayers' money to commission an environmental impact report, EIR, for developing the land east of Greenville, option number B. This land is protected by an urban growth boundary, UGB, that the residents of Livermore strongly support. Besides, there is no current need to consider lands outside the UGB for additional development. There is sufficient land within the UGB to accommodate residential, commercial, and industrial development for at least the next decade, and almost certainly for much longer than that. The statistics of the population that have been given in the reports by the city are incorrect. Our population is not that great now, and there is not estimates for increased growth. Why develop precious open space land when there are alternative locations inside the UGB to accommodate any actual growth for the foreseeable future? Intensive development in North Livermore and east of Greenville Road would be extremely costly. It would destroy or harm agriculture, wildlife, wetlands and watersheds, open space and scenic beauty. Air pollution and traffic congestion would be exacerbated. It would eliminate diversity in land use and impair the character of Livermore and the sense of place of its residents. None of these rural areas now has public infrastructure and facilities for urban development. Development east of Greenville is a mistake at this time. Thank you.
Paula?
I'm Paula Peterson, and I agree with Jean 100%. I do believe that there should be a no project plan as a choice. I don't think that was discussed. Also, I kind of feel that, so I attended the environmental meeting last week, and I was feeling a little bit, I guess, cheated, because I got a notice saying that I had a voice, but when I got there, we have already put this in place. I was told $300,000 has already been marked to do this environmental research on this property that the city hasn't even approved yet. So I guess I'm a little concerned on what decisions are already being made or that have been made that we haven't heard about that have taken place. Because I was completely under the impression that when I was going there, I was going to get a choice to make, do we do it or not? But we're doing it now. Along with Laughlin Road, they're doing that as well. But for the Greenville side, the city hasn't, the population of Livermore hasn't even heard or had a choice. I saw we've reached 1,000 people for this comment, but there's over 80,000 people in the city. So I'm a little concerned about how we're reaching out to our residents when we have 80,000 choices. Now, I don't even get to choose because I live on that property where they're talking about turning into industrial. So I don't get to even choose or have a choice if this is going to happen or not. My destiny of life is in all of the city's hands. And so I just want to make sure that messages are being completely honest and out there so that when people do have to make a choice, they know what choice they're having. But furthermore, I'd like to just make this no choice and have this no, not even on the plan. Thank you.
Doug?
Either way, whatever you prefer.
Okay. So that I can address. Green is on. I want to address the members here. I participated 20 plus years ago in the last go around of this. And I just want to point out that was a different time. There were many people who eagerly wanted to be where you are. It's been hard to find you, and thank you for all agreeing to do this. It takes a lot of time and personal energy. But we had former mayors, former elected officials, people with very deep knowledge of land use, and people who had, frankly, made mistakes in their careers with land use and didn't want to make them again. So they served, and they were able to come at this from a really just deep life experience way, and I know not all of you have that. And so it sort of puts you at a bit of a disadvantage. The second disadvantage is that we didn't have last time, is that we weren't led by a company like PlaceWorks. PlaceWorks leads these processes, like they led the downtown, in directions that the people don't want it to go. And you didn't hire PlaceWorks. You were stuck with them, just like we're stuck with them. And there's nothing we can do about that now. But we can fix one thing. The breaking of the urban growth boundary is highly unpopular. You know that. There is no reason to do it now. And it screws up the rest of your plan, because if you're depending on this area to provide you land uses that are just not going to be there, you need to completely redo the rest of your focus areas. If you need to add a focus area somewhere else in the city that you haven't added now, maybe you need to do that. But the urban growth boundary is just going to run into a brick wall. The residents are not going to pass a breach of the urban growth boundary. And I hope that you will grab the bull by the horns, change direction on this, and not go east of Greenville. Thank you.
Mike Frederick, do you want to speak on Greenville?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I'm Mike Frederick. I'm on the Alameda County Conservation Resource District Board. I'm on the County Agricultural Advisory Committee, and I was on the TDC. I've been involved with them for a long time. I've been involved with land use issues a lot around the area of Livermore. Expanding beyond Greenville seems to be driven by the desires of a single industrial user who will provide few jobs considering the amount of land that would be used. Placing industrial uses butt up against the canal that supplies many of the vineyards south of the area seems like a profoundly bad idea. I should mention that I always want to say the ACRCD, because the name's too long, just got a $7 million grant to study placing animal crossings in areas around the Bay Area. Particularly, one of the focus areas is 580. And so there's very good possibility that will be an animal crossing in the area that you're talking about. And my first question is, do you really want mountain lions being fed into an area that you've developed industrial? That area should be kept, if not wild, and it isn't wild now, at least as least developed as possible. Eliminating the Greenville component, which doesn't seem to be presented as an option, even though it's been mentioned here tonight that maybe we shouldn't have that component. Eliminating that component seems like a great idea.
Keeping it will throw the city into another divisive struggle like the downtown development. I think the vast majority of Livermore residents can find consensus around all the other areas. Keeping the east of Greenville component will create vigorous opposition to the moving of the urban growth boundary and could cast negative sentiment on the rest of the process. Thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Scott, do you want to speak directly about east of Greenville? On this focus area?
Yes. Greg Scott. Breaking the urban growth boundary and the sphere of influence, it's absurd. And it's absurd because Livermore, you can't even maintain the infrastructure you have now. And I can give you an example for that. I used to live in the Royal Mocho. I mean, lived there. And if you remember February of 2017, it rained. It rained quite a bit. I was living in that creek. I watched it rip up the concrete, the bike paths. It goes crazy. One night, I had these guys come around me. They had a lowboy trailer and bulldozers and equipment, and all these people showed up, and the highway patrol showed up, and they're all staring at me. And the highway patrolman had the bravery to come talk to me, say, "What are you doing here?" And I go, "I live here." And he kind of walked away like I was some sort of Martian, but they left me alone. Why was I not afraid? Because I watched what the water did. And I also, at the time, attended the city council meetings. And the city council spent, over time, they finally figured it out, $650,000 to do the fixes. That rain was nothing compared to this historical record. One historical record is the rains of December 1861 through January of 1862. It rained 10 feet in most of Northern California. It rained 5 feet in Los Angeles. So Robert Livermore Jr. knew exactly where to build his house. We can't maintain the infrastructure we have now against something like that. And what do we have coming? We have extreme weather coming. It's a matter of understanding the primary atmospheric component out there over the Pacific is called the Pacific Walker Circulation. We're not considering this extreme weather that's coming our way. And it's going to hit this, and we're going to expand our infrastructure when we can't even maintain our current infrastructure against this. How does this make sense? It doesn't. You know, you've got a lab over here that spent $80 million over 4 years on software for, it's called the Energy Exascale Earth Systems Model. Does anybody look at that, what's going to happen? You know, what we're facing? And we're going to expand the perimeter and make ourselves less resilient and more vulnerable. Somebody tell me how that makes sense. It doesn't. We're up against, you know, it just rained in the Olympic Peninsula. It's 65 degrees. It's unheard of. It rained in one town 3.5 inches in 24 hours in there. It's unheard of for the Olympic Peninsula, where it tends to rain. If you think we're ready for it, we're not. We're making ourselves more vulnerable, less resilient by expanding the infrastructure when we should be concentrating on our current infrastructure.
Does anybody else have a card in the audience? That's all I have.
Good evening. Hi. My name is John Steinbush. As many of you know, I'm a property owner in the east of Greenville. Additionally, I'm an active commercial real estate broker here in the Tri-Valley and have been for many years and with Colliers. First of all, I want to thank the members of the GPAC and the staff for 2 years of tireless work on this project. This is, I guess the most well-attended night we've had in 2 years, or you've had in 2 years. I've been at all of them also. But I just wanted to digress a little bit. You know, the general plan update is something done by every city in California. It's required by law. It's done typically 20, 25 years. And it's the place where the community looks at where they are with respect to their rules and regulations, which is their general plan, which is the map for the future. And they make adjustments as to where they think they need to go for the next 20 to 25 years. Your committee, as you applied for your positions, you were interviewed, you were selected, and you spent 2 years working with the city to advise them, the staff and the planning commission and the city council, on a plan that will work for the next 20 to 25 years. That includes changes where changes need to be made. And for all of that work, you should take a lot of pride. So I wanted to point out some of the facts that led to the city looking at this east of Greenville. And I've been at this on the commercial and industrial side for a long time, and these are the facts. During the last general plan cycle in Livermore, which is about 21, 22 years, 893 acres of commercial and industrial land have been absorbed. That amount includes 204 acres of retail and commercial, 39 acres of office, 408 acres of industrial land, 70 acres, almost 70 acres of expansion land, inventoried by companies that have their facilities here. Think of companies like Gillig, Topcon, Form Factor, and others. And more than 171 acres of public infrastructure in the last 21, 22 years. The public infrastructure, Isabel 580 interchange, the extension of Jack London Boulevard west out to the outlet mall, all of the streets, sewer, water, utilities, and storm drainage around the outlet mall, the Oaks Business Park streets, West Las Positas Boulevard in East Livermore. So storm drainage basins, Zone 7 canals, interchanges, all of these improvements make life in Livermore easier, better, and more efficient for its citizens. And a lot of that development is done through these projects like Oaks Business Park or the outlet mall that get approved and get built. Within the city today, there remains only about 131 acres of commercial and industrial land left. Some of those parcels have dual zoning for residential, and they'll likely be developed that way. And the other parcels are typically remnants or poorly shaped or not very well located for development. So the work your committee is doing is what's expected to be done in a general plan update. Look at what's happened over the last 20, 25 years and project what you're going to need over the next 20 to 25 years. And then you come up with a plan that you can recommend to the Planning Commission and the City Council. And the City Council will adopt something that they'll promote to the citizens. Now, if a vote of the urban growth, a vote to move the urban growth boundary is warranted by the plan that the City Council puts forth, then that they would put it forth as is the plan that would be best for the community for the next 20 or 25 years, and let the citizens decide through a vote. So I compliment you for your work. Please keep up the good work, and thank you for the job you've done.
Splendori?
Good evening, everybody. I'm Splendorio, and I'm here on behalf of Innovation Tri-Valley Leadership Group, which is the business leadership group for the Tri-Valley. We represent all the major players in town, such as the labs and Stanford Tri-Valley Healthcare and Lamb Research. Our CEO, Kitty Marcel, sent a letter in either last night or earlier today. A couple years ago, we released our Vision 2040 plan for the entire Tri-Valley. We hired the Economic Institute of the Bay Area Council to help us do that. It took us a couple years to do that. One of the things we found is that the diminishing amount of commercial land in the Tri-Valley. And so what I'm hearing is that there is the amount of commercial business serving land has been reduced to a smaller level. And what we found is that it's not unique to Livermore. It's the same thing going in San Ramon, Dublin, and Pleasanton. And so we urge you to take a look at our Vision 2040 plan and realize that we took the time to study this problem, and it is a real problem. And here's something I learned yesterday morning. It's not unique to the Tri-Valley. I went to a breakfast where the mayor of San Jose, Matt Mahane, spoke. You know what he talked about? The loss of business-serving land in the city of San Jose. And you think, how could that be possible? It's the biggest geographic city in Northern California. They're concerned about it because they understand that what it brings is jobs and businesses that support the quality of life we all enjoy in the Bay Area. So thank you very much.
Stacy Logan?
Hi, thank you. I'm Stacy Logan. I want to thank you all, first of all, for being on this committee. A little bit of history about myself. I was raised in Pleasanton. We moved to Livermore 24 years ago when we bought our house. I love this town. I love that Livermore and Pleasanton have kept it from looking like another city in this Tri-Valley that doesn't look great. I love that the citizens here are so involved and are paying attention to what is happening to try to make sure we don't turn into something like that city. As far as the east of Greenville goes, that's our gateway to wine country. When you're driving from the freeway down towards wine country, you see beautiful hills on the left. You can kind of ignore all the industrial on the right. If that's all built out, you're gonna lose that. I have a lot of friends who are landowners in that area, multi-generational ranchers. Their grandchildren are now learning how we all eat, all of our food, how to raise crops. They want to stay there. They're very afraid that if the land use changes, even if they don't sell, their property taxes are gonna price them out of being able to live where their family has lived for generations. That's not fair. The other thing at last month's workshop that I went to, 6 out of the 8 tables all said they do not want any development east of Greenville. They gave an alternative as a worst case scenario in case it's voted in, but they all said no development. Finally, since a lot of you probably live in the city and you see the full moon when it comes up once in a while, I see this every time I drive out to take care of my horse at night. Next full moon, which is going to be on December 26th, drive out towards Patterson Pass Road. Park your car and watch the moon come up over the hill. It's going to be around 10:30. It's absolutely stunning to see it come over those hills. If we build out there, we're going to lose that, and we're already losing too much of that already. Thank you.
Julie Wild?
Hi, good evening. Julie Wild. I'm a new resident of Livermore, and I agree with so many of the speakers that just spoke. It's one of the reasons that we love this area. We don't want the urban growth boundary extended either. It needs to stay open space for these. I mean, now you've even inspired me to know that there are families that have been there for generations. Why mess with it? And if this is what the community is saying, hopefully you'll take that to heart and remove it. And we just moved. I'm surprised to hear from the gentleman that we need more space. We just moved here from Milpitas, and there are so many empty office buildings in Milpitas and in San Jose, so that surprises me. I didn't know that, because with my own eyes I see that there are so many empty spaces, and they've been there for years. We were in Milpitas for 2 years. Those buildings are still for lease. They're still on the market, so I don't know where that part came from, but yeah, I don't agree on this. And the other thing too, even moving here to Livermore and talking to my neighbors about this, because I found out about this, I would say 10 out of 10 of the Livermore residents don't want the urban growth boundary to be changed. They love the open space here at Livermore, so please keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on east of Greenville? This card behind you.
I did not come prepared to speak, so forgive me. My name is Carolyn Lord, and I like what people said about why are we discussing county land? We're not even discussing Livermore land, the urban growth boundary. I totally understand what Splend was saying about warehousing spaces. I had to go down to Carmel today on business and drove by all the big tilt tubs that are in Morgan Hill, but also to know that's what Tracy's doing. So I think Livermore needs to see, well, maybe we don't have big warehouse spaces because it's being accommodated by other cities, other towns. Things change. You know, you can say, oh, well, there's not big warehouse spaces going on in San Francisco, but look at all the creativity there. We were just talking about Vasco Road. Oh, maker spaces. There's different kinds of businesses at different seasons of a city. It's never going to stay the same. You know, what used to be the edge of a metropolitan area, we have to realize we are in the middle of what's called the urban umbra of San Francisco that goes from San Francisco to Reno. We are not at the edge. We're not at the end of the road anymore. And then also, my husband is a retired facilities architect from the Lawrence Livermore Labs, and when he started working there in 1974, 75, he had old timer labs go, oh my gosh, those hills are hot. Because you have to remember the EPA, the lab's been there for a long, long time, for like 20 years before the EPA even started going, oh, we need to put filters on our stacks. So who knows what has floated over there? And then having that in mind, about 8 years or so ago, I was doing a painting project, and I was painting off of Greenville Road, and I was talking to a man who owns a business, and he goes, oh yeah, people have come here and they've decided no, they don't want to be there knowing the long-term, kind of questionable stuff that drifted from the lab, and the kind of things that, the Site 300 kind of stuff as well. So I think it'd be best just to leave it as it is. It's inappropriate to even, you might say, covet that land. And to say, oh, well, just because I want it doesn't mean it's appropriate. Sort of work within your boundaries. If the city has done that, then work it. Okay, thank you.
Tina?
Thank you. My name is Tina Domeray. I first came here in the 50s. My parents brought me here. I grew up here. I raised my children here. Then I moved over to the peninsula for 20 years and I came back. I actually own property in this area that you're talking about. And first of all, I want to thank you for your service. I just found out about this effort about 6 weeks ago. I mentioned that my husband and I left for 20 years and came back. And we came back because we like Livermore. And one of the things that we've talked about with each other is what a great job we feel like Livermore's done in the last 20 years, how much change there's been, and we've enjoyed all of it, the downtown, the wine industry, and we've been very impressed with how Livermore has planned and executed to bring these changes to life. So when I first heard about this, I was actually very open to the idea that Livermore would plan something in the neighborhood where I live, because the neighborhood that I live in doesn't seem to have a plan at all right now. And we have 3 sides to our property. This is an example. One side's the lab, and then there's 3 other sides to our property. And in the last year, 2 of those sides have become pop-up maintenance yards that are not permitted, and they're not monitored, and they're not enforced by the county. So when I hear have no plan, that doesn't mean that there's not a plan. There's other things that's happening anyway. And so I don't know exactly what plan you all will come up with, but I'm super intrigued about it because I feel like Livermore's done a great job, and I feel like you all are doing a good job. I'm really interested in the thought that Livermore citizens and Livermore's infrastructure and Livermore's planning might bring what they brought to other parts of Livermore to that area. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak to East of Greenville? Of course.
One thing that I just heard about the plans, and I thought I'd mention, is that the south part of Livermore does have a plan, right? I think it's called like the South Livermore General Plan or something like that, right? It exists, doesn't it? Okay. And it just has a bunch of conserved land around it, just a bunch of green open space. And when it comes to expanding Livermore, it seems like all the pressure is placed on the northern part then, and that happens to be where I live. So I take a problem with that. If I lived in South Livermore, maybe I'd say that's great, but I don't. Maybe one day I will. But yeah, that was one thing I wanted to say. The other thing was, can I see other slides here? This community input slide I found interesting because when I came to the second workshop that took place, I don't know the name of the school that's on scenic. Yeah, I spoke with you, Joanna, directly a lot, and you handed out these packets to us, and you insisted that I write everything that I think down, and I did, even though I hated doing it. But I asked you many times, what are you going to do with these packets? Are you going to convey this information to the city somehow? And when I look at this for Greenville, I don't see anything here representative of what I saw at that workshop at all. The only community input I see here is that actually we're going to start at the same place that you were always going to start at anyway. So that seems like that was a pointless exercise, doesn't it? And it's actually hard not to take it personally, to know that if I have to deal with you in the future in your company, that this is how you handle your workshops. I don't think that's very nice of you. So the other thing I wanted to say, and I think the gentleman left, I don't want it to be like a personal attack, but something that I think should be considered is when I look at the city of Livermore, or when I look at anything, I trust my own two eyes. I don't look for somebody to weigh in, some kind of institution, some kind of establishment of multiple corporations or something like that, or the mayor of San Jose, because the mayor of San Jose probably has something similar to say to what our mayor has to say, Marchand, and I know that he's very pro-build and that he wants this development to go through. And I'm not interested in hearing their opinions because the studies and such that they may or may not cite have a financial backing that preserving open space does not. And so I think what you should focus on, instead of these opinions of some kind of think tanks and such, is the opinion of the people. And I think the opinion's clear. I just hope that you take it to heart. Thanks.
Thank you. Same item? Okay. Charles Marker?
Hi, I'm Charles. I used to go with Tina. So I want to talk a little bit more about the lack of management in East of Greenville, because you're right when you say no plan is not on the list, and no plan is never going to be on the list, because the plan, if you look at the county, the plan is solar panels and battery backup storage. We've been contacted by people for both of those on our property. We get called by people who want to put their trucks on our property, and we bought that because I'm from West Virginia. It's rural. I like the country. We intended to build our house. We have a caretaker team. We intended to build our house. When the Independent took a picture to show how pretty East of Greenville was, they took a picture of our barn that we restored. But I don't want if you leave it to the county, you can wait 20 years and you'll drive down Greenville Road, and what you're going to see is solar panels, and you're going to see battery backup, because that's what the county is permitting. And if you want to do something for the winery and you live in the county, they won't let you. Say that you want to do a tasting room. Well, you can't do a tasting room because to do a tasting room, you have to have wine processing. So you say, okay, we'll do wine processing. But in order to do wine processing, you have to have sewer. You have to have water. The county won't permit it because you don't have anything to deal with the wastewater. If say you want to have an event center, the people that are on Vasco, we've talked to some of them, and they say it would be great to have a place where we could have our monthly wine meeting, our wine club meetings and things like that. We don't really have space for that. That would be great. If you talk to the county, again, you can't do that because you don't have these other things. You don't have those other things because you don't have the services. And I'm not really here to bash the county. They have no way of putting in a sewer system, right? They have no way of doing those things. And really, we talk about liking the wine industry, but the wine industry is in trouble. People are taking out their vines because, and we've looked at that, right? So if you look at what it costs to put in vines, it's like $35,000 an acre the last 20 years. You can make a couple $1,000s a year on those. So you do the math, it makes no sense. So the people who put in the vines under the conservation easements are taking them out. I mean, I know that people here, like Dave, probably know a lot more about the numbers than I do, but they're taking them out. And what we really need, Tina and I were not looking, we want to build our house there. We want to live there, or we did, but we don't want to live next to solar panels. So what we do. But since we've learned about this, we really need to think about this holistically. How do we help the South Livermore be a vibrant wine industry? And what are the things that we can do, the other things to help with that? So just want you to think more globally than that little patch of ground that we're on, that you go down Lake Greenville. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I'm gonna make that the last one, so we can move on. Thank you.
I'm Jane Gibson. I appreciate all of the effort that is being put into this, but I am not understanding, and I would like an answer from the committee, why you feel we have to expand our boundary. For what reason? We have, as it was pointed out, there's a lot of spaces already here that instead of the city giving a permit to build a new one, tell them no until our existing structures are filled up and improved and working. We're not building more new structures. I don't understand why that can't be done. But mainly, I'm not understanding why you all seem to think that we have to move. It's so important to annex or move the boundary over to the canal. It doesn't make sense to me. I think that it just doesn't make sense to me. And a lot of that, I don't know if that property that's all of the Greenville area, I don't know if it's privately owned or if it's just open county space or what. So I don't exactly understand all of that. I was at the Croce School at that workshop, and as it's been said by a couple of people, there were 8 tables. 6 of those 8 tables did not want to extend the boundary. Why is that being ignored? Thank you for all the stuff that you've done.
Thank you so much, and we really appreciate your opinions. What you have said really helps inform our understanding of the public sentiment and your considerations, your personal situation and cases. So again, we appreciate the kind of input that you take the time to provide. So I'm gonna move on and just say that in the interest of time, I would like to invite our committee members to chime in. I know there's a lot to be said. Don't fight.
We'll see the map again as we look at the bullet point that's on the slide.
So there's only one bullet point, which is actually kind of options here. So maybe I'll try to stir some discussion points. My personal journey to this point is I have been amazed by what the community has provided to me personally. And I think the city is thriving. And I had 2 children who grew up here. As an immigrant, I benefited by a lot of resources here. And I appreciate the kind of planning that a city like Livermore is providing to us. And in order for the community to continue to thrive, we often have to really think ahead and balance really many competing priorities. And I would like to have our decisions and thinking to be well supported by thorough research and thorough methodology of obtaining the research in order to inform our citizens, in order to inform our community to make the best decisions that will leave a legacy once personally when I'm not here. But my children and our children will benefit. So personally, I would encourage us to think about possibly some data with and without the Greenville focus area. And without that, we really don't have a true picture of whether that is going to help with a couple of considerations we have. In order for the city to continue to thrive, unfortunately, just like personally, I have to make money in order to enjoy our quality of life. So tax generating revenue, quality of jobs. I've been very fortunate that I'm able to enjoy the kind of quality of job, not just the job, the quality of job that the city is able to provide me personally so that my family can thrive. So that is also a very important consideration, but we don't know how to make that decision. And so we need really to consider whether we can do that without the Greenville, East of Greenville, or maybe we are confined to really look inwardly or possibly outwardly in order to ensure that the next generation continue to thrive. And is that enough to start the conversation? I don't want to be on the soapbox.
Chair, if it is helpful for us to recap again what we said at the beginning of the meeting, that there will be the analysis that will come out of this draft preferred land use scenario will include an option with no east of Greenville, so that the committee is better prepared to understand the impacts of both from a land use standpoint, fiscal standpoint, all the tools we've used to provide the analysis to this point. What happens if you don't include Greenville? What happens if you do? And you'll have the opportunity to revisit all of that information and decide how you want to move forward with land use, the land use preferred alternative.
Yeah, I personally am satisfied with that because I would like to have more data, and I would like to really believe that a lot of considerations is really for the benefit of the future vitality of the city. And please chime in.
Yeah.
Yes, oh, yes, thank you. Save me.
Last speaker, I was wondering if you can touch on, who currently owns it, and what would happen if we don't extend the boundary? Is it true that we will see solar panels, or will it stay exactly how it is for the next 25 years?
So most of the land out there is privately owned by a variety of different property owners. It's under the jurisdiction of Alameda County, so they have current land use control. And because there's existing county zoning and rules, property owners can make decisions about what to do subject to those rules. So the land may not stay as it is. There will be changes in use or exercising certain land use rights, such as solar or other uses that would be permitted under county zoning.
The other thing I would add, so this is out at the far eastern edge of the county, and we do see a number of uses out there that don't seem to be permitted. So I don't know that the county is actively enforcing their land use regulations as we might like. But Andy is correct. There is a set of regulations out there that are supposed to guide the land uses.
Just as a clarifying question, several of the public comment focused on there being open space in this east. Can you just point out which is actually like protected open space right now versus just owned by different private owners, but and not developed because they haven't decided to develop it?
So I'm not sure if there's any conservation easements within this area that would make them protected. It's designated for large parcel ag, and so it just hasn't been developed.
Okay, undeveloped land, but not open space, protected open space in the way that we have talked about those words in other contexts.
There's no deed restrictions limiting it to just open space, and in fact, as Paul alluded to, there are some industrial zoning zones out there, and you can see that. There's also some industrial activity that, as Paul said, and as we've communicated with the county staff, are not permitted. They've just organically emerged over time.
The other thing I would add is that because there's an urban growth boundary, the city does not extend or is not permitted to extend sewer or water service to that area. And so that also acts as a limiting factor for what can happen there. Any development permitted under the large parcel ag would need to be developed on a septic system, for example.
So just one more clarifying question about the process. We know that the next time we evaluate these, or it won't be these, it'll be one alternative with the research behind it, right? Is that, and so there will be an option that if we don't touch this site, if we don't make any designation. So what we're doing tonight is if we were to do anything on that site after a public vote to extend the urban growth boundary, so there's multiple steps here, what we would want to do.
More or less, yeah. So we're taking all the input for all the focus areas, including East and Greenville, and looking at a citywide map. And we're going to evaluate that for a lot of the variables Mr. Carville just talked about. In addition, we'll evaluate all those scenarios without an East and Greenville to see what the trade-offs would be.
But tonight, what we need to do is know that not like having no change to the plan is still on the table.
Yes.
But if we assume that we're creating the option to have a change, and that's what we're debating. So
And what do you want us to study?
If we have only 100-some acres available for commercial land from this point, knowing that 25 years ago until now we used up over 800 acres, what would happen? I think I know the answer in my head, but as an economic planner, what would be the impact of not having additional land available for commercial industrial use?
That's difficult to say with precision, but I would say that certainly new development is less complex than redevelopment. And so if you were looking at something like not having an East of Greenville alternative, you would be saying that we're basically going to allow for the continued development of the remaining land. And as it has been pointed out, and I think it is accurate, that many of those parcels are relatively small. They're not particularly well sized, shaped, or located. And so you would see some new development on the remaining empty parcels, which are relatively few compared to the last 20 years. And then you would have to see redevelopment. So something that exists today, either in that same land use category or that could be rezoned through a future general plan amendment, would then result in the construction of the type of use that was lucrative enough to warrant a redevelopment project. I think one of the things that's important to consider for the group is what are you trying to achieve with this whole exercise? And when we're thinking about the entire map, if you look at the East of Greenville component, the vision for that is mostly centered around high quality jobs, which can be loosely translated into jobs that pay a wage that's commensurate with the cost of living in this area or somewhere closer to it. We've seen a roughly 10% decline in the number of people who are living and working in this community over the last 15, 20 years. So now it's about 20% of Livermore residents are also working here. There are a whole host of reasons why people work where they do and live where they do. But if you want to have jobs that someone could afford to live in the community and work in the community, you need to have spaces for that. And I think so that vision for east of Greenville of supporting technology companies, high quality jobs, leaning into the innovation and science and technology identity of the community, when we bring back the different alternatives that have in east of Greenville and non-east of Greenville, one of the things you'll have to consider is if that's an important vision for the GPAC and for the community, where does that happen if it doesn't happen there? And that's why I think the no-build option for east of Greenville is important to look at, because you'll have to then rebalance your priorities and understand how that vision then can be translated into other parts of the community and achieve some of those same outcomes, and what's the trade-off for that?
I'm sorry, I'm back on my soapbox. So on that note, I think we'd like to go back to revisit our vision and really the community characteristics, community values, and really think inwardly and see how we want to see our community. Do we want the community that has a job housing ratio to be like a certain city? Maybe we should benchmark them, and maybe for the sake of explaining that goal, really again the goal of how we want to see ourselves, one of the metrics seems to be the job, quality job and housing ratio, or a good match. So maybe as part of the data gathering, maybe the project team can provide the community a better definition of a certain housing job ratio, so that will help us achieve our vision and our goals and values.
Yeah, I think it was on the slide earlier, but I'm not sure, so I'll say it again, that part of the analysis that we want to look at is not just a jobs housing ratio, which is the number of jobs to the number of housing units, but what are the characteristics of those jobs? We have several thousand jobs in the community that are retail service jobs, transportation, warehousing jobs that don't pay what we would consider to be a living wage to move into this community, or even to live in this community if you've been here for a little while. And so some of what the committee may want to consider is what happens if you look at the analysis of jobs that are available here, not just in number, but in terms of those other characteristics. And that can be part of the analysis, I think, is one of the filters that we're planning to apply to this, so that you can make a decision about comparing apples to apples when you're talking about jobs generated, for example, through neighborhood serving commercial retail uses at the Midtown Station area, compared with engineering or scientific jobs in an R&D setting somewhere else in the community.
So I have a question. And we've had a lot of meetings, and I've forgotten more than I probably remember from the meetings, so it might be a factor of my age, but can you remind us to refresh why in this east of Greenville area we picked the entire area? Why are we analyzing the entire area, and were subsets of that area considered?
So the committee in general was interested in the vision that was laid out for east of Greenville, and I think the idea was to study the entire area. What we're looking at now is refining a map that we want to study, and so if you wanted to revise any of the uses within this area, we certainly could, but I think the initial evaluation or interest was in the types of jobs that Mr. Cardwell has talked about, and looking to see what maximizing that land use type might look like. The other thing we heard from the committee early on was that there was not an interest in residential or other types of land uses in this area, that residential did not seem appropriate here. And so that left us with job generating uses, which is what the committee ended up suggesting for these maps. So That's a bit of how we got here, but we are interested today, again, to refine based on public comment that you heard tonight, that Joanna talked about, receiving from the 1,000 people that we talked to at 30 or 40 different public pop-ups and events and activities. So, and then obviously your own experience, what you've learned on the committee. We're looking for you to synthesize that and provide some direction.
A part of the conversation also was the aqueduct being just a natural barrier for this, just to go from Greenville all the way to the aqueduct. And then in terms of the space, right? I think that was more your question, was why
so big?
Yeah, and I think that was, yeah. So
Why
it was more geographical than the more the geographical question. I think because that line along the border is the aquifer, and it's kind of
right. That is the South Bay Aqueduct. So that was seen as a logical boundary. Very correct on the eastern edge. And then we heard from the Tri-Valley Conservancy early on that some of the property on the southern boundary was more suitable for wine country related uses, and so you see the wine catalyst site in each of the alternatives based on that feedback.
Yeah, because the whole area is quite large. I mean, and some of the speakers were referring to lands that are really in the purview of the Rangeland Trust. They're up in the hills. The canal is there because that was the low point. So, you know, they ran the canal where it was the path of least resistance. So the logical build out of the city has always been that canal. Before the urban growth boundaries were put in, it was designated the urban reserve. I had no issue in 2020 when they put the urban, they just drew the straight line down because, you know, they put over 1,000 acres of farmland inside the urban growth boundary, and the desire was to infill that land first, and then you wouldn't have, you know, the voters though maintain the right that at some point when you've used up all the land, you know, building houses and the outlet malls and attracting businesses, that we could go back to the urban reserve if the citizens wanted to do it. But the canal really marks the end of the city. Once you get past the canal, the slopes become extremely steep, extremely fast. I mean, many of the slopes are so steep that you couldn't even plant vineyards on them because there are hillside ordinance as it relates to how steep you can't terrace anymore. That's a bad practice for erosion. So this is the piece that the city has long identified as where they would put industrial around the airport, which is mostly done, and east of the city. Now, east of the city used to be what's Midtown. And it's a little hard having this conversation before Midtown because Midtown was the light industrial area. It was east of the city. But then the city annexed the labs. And all of a sudden, what was the east of the city is now Midtown, and the new east of the city is what's left on the east side, the west side of the canal, because that was always the topographical limit. And Livermore sits in a valley. It sits in the Livermore Valley watershed, and that is where the watershed drains to. And that's why the canal is there. So that it's not a big area in the context of everything we have all the way up through the Altamont, but it is the area that the city has long looked at. Doesn't mean you have to develop it. I agree with Chairman Shang that, you know, I want to see the no development option as well, because I think it has implications. If we stop converting, if we stop infill housing on light industrial land, then we're still going to have to hit the RENA numbers. We were all excited when we heard that, look, we're good for RENA with infill housing, not only this cycle, but probably for several cycles beyond. It's not the 10 years Ms. King talked about. It could well be 40 or 60 years before the city would need to go outside of infill. If you don't build Midtown, if you don't put residential, and that's satisfying the vast majority of our RENA requirements for this cycle that we're now you filed for, and the ones after that, then there's only one place to go, and that is North Livermore. And that's where the urban growth boundary was a battle over. It was over going into North Livermore. But Measure D sunsets if the city can't achieve its RENA numbers as infill, it can go back into North Livermore. Measure D just simply forced the city to look at infill and higher density prior to taking that step. So, you know, I think we came here because I think the vast majority of people and the citizens would rather continue to build a neighborhood like Midtown than and replace the light industrial land east of the city, which has always been our policy for multiple general plans, than try to go in there and refight the battle of the north. The south is under conservation.
So you're saying if we can get the residential in Midtown.
Right.
There's no pressure to go east with residential.
No, and it was
That
never
takes
the
up-
city's
or
policy to
north.
go with housing east. It was always to put the light industrial east
Yeah.
and at the airport, and put the housing in transit-oriented places where people can, you know, access connectivity and buses and BARTs
So
and
the
things like
trade-off
that.
is to get Midtown available, that light commercial goes east. Basically, or its future replacement light commercial goes east so that Midtown's available to avoid going north to meet RENA.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we have lots of options. The staff knows them better than us. I mean, including, we have state mandated housing requirements, so we have to build housing. And I think many of us are here because we believe the city needs more affordable housing. But affordable housing is a two-way street. You have to have jobs that allow the local people to afford the houses in their own community. We don't know what the job housing match is. I'd like to see benchmarks of other communities. What is it in Santa Rosa? There are other towns like here, San Luis Obispo, you know, that are kind of fringe coastal wine country areas. But, you know, from my vantage point, the census data came out, I did a cursory study of it. Our ratio should probably be 2 to 1 because the average house in Livermore is so expensive, both people have to work. And so the idea that, you know, you can afford your house on one income is not, yeah, there are some fortunate people who can do that. Not many of them actually live in Livermore though. I mean, so, you know, that's what Woodside is built for in Atherton. This is, you know, it's a challenge to afford a home here. And over the years, in the last 20 years, we've lost half the people who both live and work in Livermore. We've driven them out. The lab hires lots of people. And, you know, I live on Greenville. I see where they go. They're not driving west, they're driving east. Because they live in Tracy and Mountain House because those homes are relatively affordable for the jobs you have in Livermore. So how do we attract better quality jobs? We have to build more affordable housing, but we also have to have jobs that pay better. And that's not been the history of this town. And Brandon knows all that because I think at the last meeting we had with the wine growers and others, you're spouting off the details about what the jobs pay here versus what they pay elsewhere. It was sobering. And I'll tell you, wine country jobs don't pay well either. I mean, there's not an employee in my family's company who wouldn't be, well, there's 2 that would not be eligible to live in Eden housing downtown. But we're the best employer in town, in the wine country. But those jobs, you know, tasting room managers make $40,000 a year. How do you afford a house on $40,000 a year? You gotta have a spouse who also works.
I know I'm out of order, but I'll be quick.
I'm sorry. Okay, let's keep within the committee discussion, sorry. Any other committee comments?
A question, Randy. Just to give us an idea of what's happening in the county land, you mentioned unpermitted activities there. Can you be more specific? What are the activities there that are not permitted and why is county not? Well, I know that you probably can't answer for the county, but is it too east for them to really care about this portion of Alameda County?
So we met with county staff as part of our engagement, just normal course of operations. I let them know what the city and the committee is contemplating. And they acknowledged that this area has had several code enforcement issues over the years. And those things are activities like dumping, illegal storage, those types of uses.
That are going on right now.
Yeah, and some of them have been cleaned up, some of them are still ongoing. We'd have to do more, ask more questions about what exactly is going on. And I wouldn't want to speculate on why or why not code enforcement is going on out there. It's a large county, and they have limited staff resources, but.
And just to add to this is more editorializing, but most of the time, people will seek the most productive use of their assets. And when they don't have a pathway to legitimate productive uses of their assets, then other things happen until there's code enforcement. And I think certainly we would all like to see more enforcement from the county of what is and is not allowed out there. But they have a number of competing priorities in Alameda County, as you may have guessed. And so we do see things like dumping dirt fill and other types of roadway storage and things. I've seen it, having been out there. It's not great, and we'd like to see that stop, irrespective of the east of Greenville conversation. But I think that is the motivating factor behind it, is that people can make money doing it.
So is there any information on how the landowners' preference would be to be part of the city, so that that land is better managed and can have things like sewer? Or do they want to stay in the county?
So it's mixed. We've been meeting with some property owners. Some property owners are interested. We want to hear from them about what their long-term plans are for their property, just like in all of the focus areas. Others are intrigued, but not yet sure that's what they want to do, and others may not want to do it at all. So we're just still, as Brandon said, taking property owner feedback, and it is trickling in.
So if we present an option to expand the urban growth boundary but keep the same designation that that county currently has on that land, is that maybe a better option for the time being?
Well, that's really up to the feedback of the committee to take a look at that. If you brought it into the city with a large parcel ag designation, the city would perhaps be more proximate and better able to monitor the land uses from a code enforcement perspective. You wouldn't see much change beyond that. So I guess the question is that a worthwhile thing to do?
To add a clarifying point, just because the urban growth boundary moves does not put it in the jurisdiction of the city, the land would also have to be annexed, and that's a process unto itself.
I want to make sure we all have the opportunity to speak on this topic. I think there will be some action needed so we can really address other focus areas. I know it's been a very long day, and I had an 8 o'clock meeting this morning, so I've been working. Anyway, just like you have.
Don't open a coffee shop at 6.
Lucky you. Lucky you. That's why we should have coffee now.
Yeah.
Okay. Please, any other comments from the committee? I'm really sorry that we really want to follow the procedure, and I don't mean to really dismiss any comments, and I apologize for
I just had one quick question in terms of the sports park. Are there any other alternatives, or is this really the only alternative for a sports park? In terms of if we decide, if we do have to have one in this area, if it is better to have it on the north side.
So perhaps go back to the map. If I recall, I think there were a couple of reasons for the interest in the sports park. One is it's something we've heard from residents within the community that there's a need for. The second piece was there was some thought that it might be an amenity for people working in this area, and especially those who can think about where to locate high-tech jobs, like the idea of locating those jobs near amenities. In terms of the land itself, the northern area is much hillier and will be more challenging to develop, just as it would be more challenging to develop industrial uses there. It may be more challenging to develop a sports park. We'd have to take a look at it and take a look at what the size might be. It's a rather large area, so it doesn't mean that you couldn't. And in terms of where else in the community, it's an interesting question. And the city itself is not really in the parks business, right? It's LARPD, which is a separate entity that is in the parks business. I think they've heard as well that the community is interested in additional parks and additional sports parks. There are not too many large parcels within the city itself that are easily convertible to a sports park. And I'm not much more of an expert beyond that. I don't know if there's additional comment on parks or LARPD.
Not on the parks and LARPD piece, except to say that you absolutely don't have to keep it in here if you don't want to. It was added as we wanted to create 3 different alternatives that gave the community something to react to, gave you all something to react to, but if you feel that site is better utilized for something else that's more consistent with the vision, it's completely within your prerogative, and we will take your direction on that. We can move it north, we can get rid of it, we can do whatever the committee develops consensus around.
Is the Parks Department prepared to fund it without seeking community benefit from the city?
So we have not had extensive conversations with LARPD. I suspect that what you would do if you wanted an amenity within this district would be to require all of the landowners to pay a proportional fee towards the development of that community amenity.
Yeah.
That could go towards open space, that could go towards a variety of different things that are amenities. If you wanted to have them, the development could help pay for those, and it potentially could help pay for them.
To siphon funds from conservation is going to put us at odds with the conservation community.
Sure.
Greenbelt Alliance, Sierra Club, is whenever the cities have annexed open space, like Pleasanton and Livermore did in the south, the funds from that were used to acquire the 5,000 acres of conservation easements.
Right.
There's not an acre under conservation easement in this area now, and there's a reason.
Right.
There was never any funds for it because it was never meant to be conserved. If it was meant to be conserved, the 5,000 acres that are entirely in the south, some of them would have been in the east, but they weren't because that's not what the plan was. And so now we're trying to build a new green belt, and we want a wildlife corridor and all these other situations. We want to preserve the view corridors. The money from this development is going to be required to fund those activities. It's, you won't end up with an eastern green belt around Livermore, which would, you have to buy the development rights off the lands.
Right.
If you want to stop development, and if you want to clean up the toxic dumps and the debris burning sites and the pallet dumps, and there's lots of stuff going on there. There's trailer parks and a lot of vehicle storage because they leak diesel and they're not allowed to be parked anywhere in the city, or even at the wineries. We've got our inspection Monday. They come out every year, so that's why everybody's moving their vehicles out there. We don't, but I know plenty who do, because those are extremely toxic things that are going on there.
So to your comment.
So how do you clean that up if you take the money away from the conservation community?
Right. I was just pointing out, and I'm not suggesting that you do that. So there will be revenue if you develop this. There would be revenue available for the types of uses you're talking about. And if you want to concentrate them on open space and preservation and cleanup and those kinds of things, certainly you could remove the sports park as a potential cost that could compete, right?
Yeah, or if the Parks District sees the need and wants to fund it, then that's a horse of a different color. It'd be a lot easier to put it in. I don't think you can put it next to the highway because, I'm old now, but I had kids. We hated playing in Tracy. We hated playing in Dublin. We did like playing in Danville. That wasn't bad. They just had to level that, that soccer field that's out there where they basically cut the mountain down. But the kids got very fit running up and down the stairs. Took me a half hour. But, that's, I don't know if you can build another sports park next to a highway. But the data you've shared with this committee keeps talking about particulate matter and all of this, and I interpreted that as that's a non-starter.
Yes.
So if it were feasible, we would have stuck it up and lost the Cetus Court.
We did have some conversations with LARPD as part of this process, showed them the different alternatives. They were open to the idea of a sports park, just because they've signaled that there is a community need for those types of fields, but they also did say that development, park fees collected from development could be reinvested into the existing system to provide those opportunities for additional sports and play. So to Brandon's point, it's kind of up to the committee if this is an appropriate location for one. It doesn't have to be. You can choose not to have a sports facility in this location.
I recommend we go back to the bullets and then we move forward with, I know that again, we don't seem to have enough data as far as feasibility, so that's look at, sports park. I do recognize there's a need possibly, we just don't know where, so that again is a lack of data, so let's think about that. So please help us move forward the agenda. What would you like us to do?
I think we'd like to see if you want to make any changes to what we have on the screen and what we would study. If you want to make any modifications at all, whatever you'd like to change, you can make it as a suggestion and the committee can talk about it.
You want to go bullet by bullet? Or?
We can start there.
Okay. But the first bullet is not a vote, right?
Certainly it could be. I mean,
Well,
this is what we interpreted from the 3 tables that got together at a previous meeting, the workshop where the committee members met, as Joanna talked about. The closest thing to consensus was to start with alternative A, but tonight if you all decide you want to start with B or C or some other thing, you could certainly do that as well.
let's take a vote. If we don't have enough vote, clearly we need another alternative to start with. Does that make sense? The lack of consensus means it's not a good starting point? Okay. Does that make sense? Okay. I'm gonna ask to raise your hand for bullet 1. If you feel that alternative A is a really good starting point with modifications, again, more data to support any, changes, and please raise your hand. Just start with alternative A. Thank you.
Okay.
Second, again, I'm not sure north is really, I don't know, maybe I'm mishearing. We just don't know.
So we could modify this and first ask the question of, do you want to include a sports park? And then we could talk about location.
Okay, I like that. Okay.
Easier.
Okay, add a sports park, period.
And a sports park, question mark.
Add a sports park, question mark. But we can vote whether we should add a sports park. How about that?
Yep.
Just then, regardless of the location, because you're gonna help us. So I'm gonna vote, because both my children love sports, and we had to drive so far.
2, 4, only 4.
Okay, so is that enough? No, that's not enough, so no sports park. Okay, that's good. I respect that. Okay. Research campus. Again, we don't know really, we're not talking about the size.
But
we are talking about the size.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, so should we decide between A and C exactly what size we're talking about? Because I don't know if, alternative C is a direct move with that size. Can we comment on that? What is the good size?
Well, why don't we let the committee, why don't you guys work that out?
What's that?
For the committee.
See,
With the research.
So if you go back to
Well, have a discussion about it.
I have a
what we
question.
heard was, let's choose the largest research park
Okay.
out of the 3 options.
Okay.
And so I guess the question for the committee is, are you okay with that?
Okay, let's vote first on the size.
But I would just say on the discussion, what's wrong with starting with a smaller one? And if the labs, whoever is gonna sponsor the park, they could buy the other parcels around it. And, I mean, because it's all a technology park at one level or another. If it's owned by a university and Bechtel or whoever runs the labs these days, you know, can't they decide that? Just take it out of the light industrial space?
Yep, that's absolutely one of the options on the table. I'd also point
But
out.
I like keeping a little piece in,
Yeah.
just because I think the community has to be focused that this is a need that we've heard repeatedly about having an open campus.
And just in the interest of, because we have the introduction of mixed-use alternative as something sort of in between or a new one in the Vasco Row area, I'd also just offer to respectfully remind the committee that we have other industrial place types as well. So if you had a goal of higher job generating uses, but still in the commercial industrial range, you have the mixed industrial office product type, which is more R&D and life sciences and tech focused than the general industrial is, but not quite as much as potentially restrictive as the research campus. So you have some gradations you can play with here as well, if that's something that you're interested in.
But we don't have that color. We don't have.
You don't in these alternatives, but it exists as one of the place types we've used in other places.
Obviously,
Yeah.
does that mean we should?
It just means it's one of the options for you, just like we introduced a mixed-use residential commercial industrial into the Vasco Row concept. Your full range of place types is available, so if you didn't want to have basic general industrial and research campus as your only 2 binary options, there are other things you could consider.
Well, we spent a couple hours on this, I don't know, 4 or 5 meetings ago.
Yep.
I think the one thing I think there was consensus is we don't want distribution centers like the ones being built in Tracy.
Right.
Because they don't bring high-paying jobs.
Or the density of jobs that you
There's
want
too
there.
few jobs.
That's right.
Because they're automated.
Right.
I'd like to, please tell me about the procedure. I'd like to suggest that we keep the designation of research campus. Not lose that flavor.
Sure, that's the bullet point. The third bullet point is, I think, 2 parts. One is to have the research campus, which is clearly stated here, and then the option C of the research campus relates to the size. And committee member Kent asked.
But now we're talking about a 4th bullet point that would say all the things you know, because you know the technical language, is we want the high-paying jobs,
Yeah.
kind of research and development, not the stuff being built in Tracy.
I would suggest you answer the first question first, is do you want a research park? And then I would suggest we go to Brandon's question, which is, do you want to add another type of land use to evaluate, which is perhaps focused on higher
That's
tech-
good.
And I'm not suggesting that only the research campus could become a mixed industrial office. Any of the land could become one of those place types that we discussed. So you can answer the first question first and then move on to the other ones.
That's first, just say we want to keep the flavor of the research park and have a vote on that.
You have one more comment?
Oh, question. On the research, I'd like to start to say that I'm in favor of a research park, but my question is, and I know this question has come up from the community, about feasibility of research being done inside the open
I
campus.
would
in the
recommend
lab.
separating those 2.
But just to answer the community whether it's feasible or not, or
I
why
think
are
they
we
both
not
can
doing
be
it?
pursued, but they both could be rejected. So it's good. There are just so many moving parts. So why don't we focus on whether this focus area should have a research campus? Just adding another variable, which is to incapacitate us.
So I think that first question, Chair, to your point is, show of hands, should there be a research park designation?
but I appreciate the idea that we need to
Okay.
look at all the variables.
So that's a yes.
Okay, thank you.
So second question then, is which alternative do you want, or some other sizing option that's there?
I have a question just for reference. I mean, what kind of size are we talking on alternative A versus C?
In real terms, like
Yeah.
in acres? I don't know that off the top of my head.
Sizable.
Yeah, large.
It's about 80 acres there,
Yeah.
so when you show an A.
As big as the made-up winery that's gonna move in.
This
is
like
like
6 acres.
So, it's like
60 and 240. So it's 100 acres commercial.
So that, say that on the microphone.
So I don't know the size of it.
So for scale, the small red commercial piece in alternative A is about 7 to 10 acres. So for scale.
What shopping centers in Livermore are of that size?
The Nob Hill, Portola, it's about the size of a commercial center. But trying to
Well,
extrapolate.
it's not small, it looks small, but
Yeah,
it's not small.
so to answer your question, that's 7 acres, and the smallish research campus is 4 or 5 times size that.
Can you remind us the rationale behind wanting to take alternative C for the size?
That is the feedback we heard from the community
Say the
groups.
group convey.
Each of the groups conveyed a different feedback on the research campus, and that's what we've interpreted is move alternative C
Okay,
to
do we
alternative A.
remember whoever recommended moving C to, no, do we?
I think it's just people, the coloring of the charts is kind of what they're deriving that from, and you can go back and probably look at some of them, but some of them had it, some of them didn't, but it was
So-
really just like looking at what the group started with, like, you know, and then how they colored it in to kind of just realize.
Our Stephanie from our group was the smallest.
Yeah, I remember that, so I was curious how the C
True.
alternative
And even then, it's too
became
big.
the summary.
It's true.
So this is why we're going.
react to.
Yeah.
So if you don't like that, this is.
Okay.
Our
so
group
then-
had
I
exactly.
think we were looking at the coloring of your maps and some of your comments and trying to
Can't
extract.
control it in that
Maybe
one.
it was confusing even to ourselves, so we didn't miss, I just wanna make sure we didn't miss some important rationale.
And this is why we're doing this exercise to confirm that we're getting your direction correct.
Okay, so one more time, did we have any memory of why someone might have preferred alternative C?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest here, I don't think that matters. If we all come to a consensus that we like a smaller one that someone can grow into and purchase around, it doesn't matter what we discussed last time. We can all vote and say, let's start with the smaller one.
I agree, I was just trying to make sure we somehow.
In that quick glance, so don't hold me to this, the small research campus is about 50 acres, plus or minus, I would say.
Okay, so I'm gonna vote to strike that alternative C part of it, but just say ensure the, spirit, the destination of research campus without from alternative C.
So similar to alternative A then?
Would you focus us towards alternative A then?
Okay, that's a very valid question. Do we say alternative A is a good starting point? Can we vote on that?
We already did, didn't
Or just be sure?
And how big is a parcel on?
It's about 40 to 45 acres is
I
kind
think
of
it should
okay.
be about small.
Looks like 60.
You want a smaller?
It could,
Well, I know the size of the parcel below.
it's the smallest one.
yeah, it's somewhere between 50 and 60, quick Google map
Got it.
sketch, so plus or minus.
Okay, let's.
So just vote say starting point, alternative A. I'm
Okay.
completely personally
So I
voting
So I think we have a
for
yes
Okay.
on alternative
that. So strike the from alternative C.
A. Do you want to ask your other question, Brandon?
Well, as Andy is whispering to me, with no sports park and the start with alternative A and then a smaller version of the research campus, you essentially are saying go with alternative A.
Not necessarily, right?
With respect to the bullets that are on the slide. So if you wanted something that deviated from alternative A as you see it here, we'd need to add those things to the slide to give us direction to make changes.
Right. So I think there are two questions. One was one that Brandon. Two questions I think remaining. One is, do you want to add a land use type that is a business commercial type that perhaps brings some higher paying jobs. I think the second question before we reach the end is, are you okay with the open space shown in alternative A, or do you want to change the open space designation?
Can we write those two bullets up, just so, I think those are very important questions, just so we understand one at a time. One is, mixed industrial
Office.
and that is currently not on the map. We will, whether we like that flexibility is what we're trying to decide.
Would you like us to evaluate some of that?
That's right. Okay, the second, the open space distribution, yes. Thank you. So one at a time.
We may also need to add something to the add mixed industrial office, because for us to prepare a map, we need to know approximately how much and approximately where. What are you looking to change? But we can start with the do it or don't do it, and then figure that part of it out.
Okay, so the spirit of that is so that if there's a need to increase the research campus based on interests and other drivers, that will offer flexibility.
I think the reason to contemplate a mixed industrial office use is because it would be somewhat less restrictive from a zoning standpoint than the research park use might be, but perhaps more restrictive than a general office would be in terms of ensuring that your uses were higher density. So it's going to be somewhere between a general industrial and a research park. That's where your mixed industrial office is from a job density and likely job quality standpoint.
Quality,
yeah.
Yes, the key is quality.
Right.
Okay. So vote yes and no is a binary vote. Then we can talk about, if it's yes, then we can move on to talk about how much and where. So binary vote for adding the help to have quality jobs. So I'm for it.
So just to be clear, the distinction we have now does support it. This is just making it a little bit more defined in terms of what would go there, correct?
So the general industrial allows a variety of different types of industrial use.
It's a wider net of
It's a more inclusive.
I've got it here. So the general industrial says includes manufacturing, warehousing, R&D, recycling facilities, and heavy industry that uses, stores, or processes raw materials. So that's your most broad industrial category. It also includes things like R&D and manufacturing, but it doesn't necessarily preclude the other things. Of course, that can be changed as we go through, if we go through specific planning, all kinds of things can happen there. The industrial office designation includes research and development, high-tech processing uses such as life sciences, but not heavy industrial uses such as traditional manufacturing.
More questions? I'm sorry, I forget to turn my head this way.
So, I mean, in terms of the where, right? I mean, we don't want to get rid of all of the general industrial.
Let's do the binary first, because if we say no, that'll be done. Okay, is that okay?
Sure.
So the where is next. Would that be okay? Just okay. Binary, yes or no?
You want to have
Or mix.
For mixed industrial office at the broadest definition possible.
Okay, so that's answer is yes.
Okay, Lisa, please. I'm sorry.
The mix would preclude warehousing?
Mixed industrial office would, in its current definition, preclude warehousing and other heavy industrial uses, yes. I would offer to this group that you're not actually creating policy tonight, you're giving us some things to look at. So if it turned out that we said, do mixed industrial office everywhere, and the feasibility analysis said, you can do some, but you really aren't gonna have that everywhere, and in which case you'd be rendering the land, unusable, we would bring that information back to you. So you're gonna get a chance to tweak it again. So this is more you telling us what you want us to look at and what you might prioritize, all things being equal, and then you can react to that when we bring the analysis back.
Yeah, I think we had a common voice that really the quality of job, how we generate them is really of essence. So Asa, I'm sorry I interrupted you.
So rude. No, what I was thinking, what my thought was, when we talk about like the spacing, and we don't necessarily want to replace all the industrial general in that area because some of it's already zoned industrial general. We can maintain it, enhance it, so on and so forth. the space that would that makes the most sense in terms of creating like a synergy between the two is obviously this lower part below. Is that Patterson Pass, that road, or is that? Yeah, below Patterson Pass, next to the labs, next to the future campus research zoning space. If we were to go that route, that would, to me, makes the most sense, at least starting from south going north, where that line would go, just stop. I don't have really a preference, but I think starting with the bottom and working your way up for that industrial office makes the most sense if we were going to go forward with it.
Is it possible for you to do the analysis of how much, and then we can take that and put it where in a future point? I feel like it's hard to really determine right now, looking at this, how much and where. We're just looking at like a plan view.
I think if you told us we'd like you to look at 50 to 100 acres and we'd like you to do it in the southern area, then that at least gives us something to analyze, and we can help you evaluate its feasibility and whether more would be viable or not.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think if you don't have a strong preference on where to put it or not to put it, then we can put it where we think it makes sense, or perhaps consistent with committee member Stroud's comments about surrounding the research park. And then when we do the feasibility analysis, if it turns out that you could accommodate more of that than we've planned for, then you can alter your map. And if it turns out that it's less, then you can also alter your map.
Okay. Yeah, I think it makes sense to straddle the research park, but the question of how much is, I think.
Okay, we can take a stab at it,
Yeah,
if that would be helpful.
We don't really have that analysis sitting here.
Sure.
So.
I'm going to jump in a couple, hopefully quick things. One, I don't think, like you were saying about I think broadly there's a consensus, but I don't think the vision, like for me, has anything to do with job creation as far as anything about east of Greenville. I would take most everything off of any of these alternatives. I think, is there a scenario when we were talking about taking stabs at things and feasibility, where most, if not all of this, we went like the other way with it, that like it became all restored open space, and we got Tri-Valley Conservancy involved, and I'm talking as far, I would go all the way up to 580 personally, especially if there's talking like wildlife thoroughfares and everything. But if the city's like, we would never look at that, then something as far north as like opposite National Drive, that everything south of that would truly be an endeavor in preserving all of the generational ranches and ranch lands, equestrian centers, and what would then continue to point itself towards being an actual gateway, at least as far as facing east. Obviously, there's no wine country gateway driving by National Labs. It just will never happen. Having said that, you certainly do away with it with any sort of development. Any of these alternatives renders any sort of wine country gateway talk null and void, in my opinion, just with how much you would have to physically drive through. And I think I've made kind of my stance clear the last couple of years, but I'm just trying to understand if there was some sort of alternative, which, to be clear, my alternative would be some sort of restorative endeavor, to where all of that shaded is green or dark green or some sort of green variation. Or I think there's probably a couple spots along the way where some roadside, really thoughtful kind of wine country uses were put in. So I guess like part of me is just almost getting a vibe check as far as, am I the only person who sits on the committee with that type of view? Like, is everybody else like, yeah, the answer is somewhere in here?
So, we have that teed up as the next conversation, and I think it absolutely, so appreciate everything you've said.
Yeah.
I would suggest that we finalize how much of this other land use, the commercial mixed office do you want to have, or do you want us to study? Would you like us to study 100 acres or something? I would suggest we finish that.
Okay.
And then your comments just now can tee us off into the final question, which is, how much open space do we want to have?
Yeah.
Right.
B, okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, yeah, totally makes sense to me. So, I like the idea that really we haven't had a chance to look at the map very closely. So thank you for bringing that up. And now looking at how much and where, if you go back to the purple, yes, we have quite a bit of purple, and some of that will possibly be changed to mixed industrial and office. And so now it's a balance of the purple versus the mix. And maybe I can ask a question that there's quite a bit of general industrial in that huge space. And what kind of jobs and what kind of quality job that will help us really create that ratio that that will be most realistic?
So it's a difficult question to answer, and the reason why is because while general industrial permits the widest range of uses, including some that may be lower in terms of overall job numbers and what we would consider job quality, it doesn't always mean that's what you'll get. We actually had, for example, a very wide range of uses, including distribution centers and all kinds of other things on the Oaks Business Park, and we ended up with Gillig. So it depends on what the market does. If you want to preclude those things to ensure that you only get some of the higher job density uses, then that's where you might want to say, we're only going to allow the mixed industrial office here, and then we'll allow some general industrial, which may include some less desirable, quote, less desirable uses in other parts of the area for flexibility's sake. But it's really up to the committee. There's no perfect formula for that. You could say, do everything that's not research park and mixed industrial office and test that and see what the feasibility is. I think I know what the answer to that question is going to be, which is it'll take longer to build out because the kinds of companies that fit into that mix of uses is just smaller than, by definition, than the broader set because they're a subset. So I think we can sort of just pick an area, or you can pick an area and say, do everything below Patterson Pass to Lupin, and other than the research park, and study that, and at least we'll have a feasibility concept at that point, where you say, we can only support actually half of that, or you could support more, and then you can change your map.
Yeah, I see your point. So really feasibility and really sometimes drives these kind of decisions, or we just be, dreaming.
Right. I mean, what happens is if you don't have demand for that type of space, then as you all remember, your residual land value will go to negative because you can't afford the cost of construction for that type of a facility. So that's how all feasibility works. And so we'd have to go out and determine what's likely to be the demand. Right now, we're at a particular point in the market. We'll be at a different point in the market later, and so it can be a little bit of art and not so much science, but I think you can put some reasonable estimates behind that.
So personally, I would say that that's a balancing act. You want to create quality jobs, and at the same time, you want to be realistic about how likely all these quality jobs can be created with companies that are not here yet.
Right.
So could we just ask you to kind of find a good balance between feasibility and our sort of vision and ideal that we have? Because looking at lots of purple, I'm a little bit worried now. So there's a lot of purple.
Mm-hmm. I think the densities will be very different though, based on the topography.
the densities of, if the use types are different or in the different areas? Yeah, that's right. I mean,
Some will be high density, but some are gonna be very low.
absolutely, and so the underlying conditions like that will also have an influence on what types of facilities can be built. And you have very large colored polygons on there, but with underneath those is topography and all kinds of other things that are happening. So, is that access issues? Yeah, access issues. And who knows? So I think this is meant to give you something to respond to, but you almost certainly will not have this widespread of development in those areas.
That's right. Okay, so let's go back to the bullets. How do we verbalize?
We've actually lost the internet, so we cannot make changes to the slide at the moment. But we did hear you say that we wanted to add mixed industrial office, and it sounds like we're looking at around the Patterson Pass Road area, and we'll bring back some options.
Any preference in terms of Patterson Pass area? I'm not familiar with the roads.
Just lower the bars, kind of near the research campus.
Yeah. South Patterson, between Patterson and Lupin.
It's a big white stripe going.
Yeah, that's Patterson Pass. Lupin is the top of the wine catalyst site, the bottom of the research park.
That would be the next.
It could be,
Okay.
yeah.
The boundary, okay. So,
And we may want to look at that through a finer lens ourselves and see from a development potential standpoint, where does it make sense to do the different types of uses, so we can apply some of our subject matter expertise to that as well, bearing in mind that you have the ability to change it when we bring it back to you if it doesn't match what your expectations were.
so how can we best express our preference?
Do you want to ask us to look at that area, and at least then we've looked at an area, and we can give you some feedback? Because
Okay.
I think we've got a lot of other things to do tonight, so maybe.
South of Patterson Pass, north of Lupin, between Greenville Road and the Aqueduct,
Okay,
other than the research park. We've got the direction.
Yeah, let's vote. Are you okay?
I
Are folks okay with us
Yeah,
looking
those
at that area?
areas, just
Taking a look at it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So we got enough people. All right.
Okay,
And
please.
then the last question was the open space, which Commissioner
Okay,
Alderson
yes.
had teed up for us.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so I can kind of reiterate. I mean, I think I thought it was like really compelling what you had said earlier, just as far as like, I absolutely, it would be, let's say we go through this process and, down with east of Greenville comes out on top, and we're like, okay, we're not extending, and then 5-10 years from now it's just littered with solar lots. I think like that would be a major loss in my opinion, and would absolutely wreck everything that we're saying all of these different colored uses are going to do. So I think is there one of the many scenarios, is there a scenario where all of this is brought in or incorporated and protected in perpetuity, essentially? I mean, it's essentially what I'm talking about is massive conservation easements to where all these ranch lands are protected, and if there's restorative work, and if everything's as bad as it's. I mean, I can only assume that everyone else, like, I drive this now like all the time. I'll like drive to the end of Lupin and back, it's really. I think it's honestly, it's actually a really, for all of the dumping and everything that is very obvious when you drive certain parts of it, still is a really remarkable piece of our valley. And so to me, I think, are there steps that can be taken in this same process, or is there a separate process that could make this stretch of our valley as beautiful as South Livermore and North Livermore? Because I ride, up North Livermore out at a barn out there, and I mean, it's one of the best drives you can take. And I think like, obviously how close to the city this whole stretch is obviously will always be what it is. But is there a scenario that the city is still interested without all of this development happening?
So the question is it possible to annex and make it all open space, then protect it? That's what your question is?
Yeah.
So you could annex this area into the city without modifying the urban growth boundary, and you could leave the same land use designation or have a similar type of land use designation. The city then would be the code enforcement arm and might be, I don't mean to bash the county, but maybe the city would be a little more proactive on the code enforcement side of things.
Can't be worse.
Yeah, well, and the other question is, could you put easements over the top of everything? And for that, you would need a funding source to identify. You've got a cost there?
$22,780,000, and TBC could get it done.
Okay.
We just need $22,780,000.
Do you have it?
No, I don't have it.
Well, but to answer your question, yes, you could do that. The last piece that would be missing is the funding for the easements.
So the other piece to be missing is the agreement from the property owners, because it's all privately owned, right?
No.
Right. The property, that's a great point. So the property owner
You
would
buy it, but they have to be willing to sell it.
The property owners have to be willing to sell you an easement.
I see.
And we cannot require them to sell you an easement.
Yeah. And I guess I bring it up like, in part to, I mean, it's like when we were hearing earlier about, say like a generational ranch or something. I mean, is that then dangerous to them to sell the easement? Is that, I mean, it's, like what would be the incentive to or to not?
Sure. Generally, we've seen that generational ranching families do have more interest in easements than other land use owners. If they're thinking that they're going to pass this to their kids and their grandkids, etc., the easement allows you to continue ranching activities, right? Or perhaps to continue to shift to vineyards or other types of agricultural land uses. It depends on the easement type. But other landowners, may not want to have that level of restriction. It depends.
It sounds like you are interested in considering something that goes further than don't build Greenville, but instead something that you might call a restorative component to that, or a conservation component.
Yeah, I mean, I think like if the end result, is essentially the end result being don't build here kind of thing. What are the different routes you can take for that to be true? To me, I mean, I think like, is there even more work to be done there on the heavy lifting side of almost restorative work, as far as restoring the natural grasslands and all this kind of environmental work that I think makes the valley as, inhabitable as, it can be. Obviously, now it's getting, if we're talking about the city being involved, it's, sounding way more philanthropic, I think, than say something like a east of Greenville land use alternatives. But I guess I'm just trying to think creatively about how important the green, buffer that we're all talking about is, and like how much more important that green buffer would be if it's not just everything on the other side of the aqueduct. Now it's actually like large, swaths of land that actually like boundary Livermore in the same way South Livermore does.
Yeah, the reason for my question, just to try to clarify it, was so that the committee knew what was being proposed.
Yeah.
Because we will have a no east of Greenville analysis that gets done on the final citywide alternative, but it sounded to me like you were proposing to go further than that. And I wanted to make sure that it was clear what was being proposed for that piece of it, so that we could document that if that's the direction the committee wanted to go.
That is such a big topic. I don't know if we have the capacity tonight to do that.
I guess, could we do it this way, like, how much of the committee is interested in not building east of Greenville?
Or at least seeing an option on it.
We already know that that's still an option on the table, so I don't really understand,
Okay.
the not do anything here.
Right,
is
you're saying,
already
because in the end, there will be some sort of component.
We'll bring that back to you as they're one of two sets of analyses,
Quite
yeah.
understanding your
Yeah.
question.
And
I think the conservation restorative option clearly is really aligned with a lot of our, just personal preference of how we really want to maintain the open space. However, that's such a big topic that I don't really know if we have enough consideration or even research done, such as the cost, $22 million. I think that's, that to me, it would just be a kind of diminishing return to know it's gonna cost 22 million and it's still going to a study. I don't know we have enough really data to support the option. However, I do feel that if you don't mind, we do want to talk about the balance of whether the open space within alternative A, which we all agree to be a good starting point by the majority of the committee, perhaps we can take a small nugget of a discussion and say, is the open space balance based on alternative A needs to be changed?
So certainly you can, and I just want to add one additional element to address Committee Member Halverson's comment that you will, in short order after this meeting, get the analysis back that includes the absence of a Greenville alternative. You also have in the near future a policy discussion that you'll go through as a committee around the general plan, which could include policy discussions around conservation. So I don't know if we will be able to do everything that you want to do in the mapping component of that, but there will be opportunities to explore the importance of conservation as you go forward, alongside where you'll have the analysis of what happens if you don't do Greenville, and you'll be able to combine those things together, I think, to at least get to maybe what you want to address.
Sure.
And in terms of the Greenville alternative, which is what we'll be studying, the question really was, if you can go back to the map, are you able to do that, Debbie? Perfect. Alternative A has a greenbelt buffer along the eastern edge. And so the question that was raised, is that what you'd like us to study for this alternative?
That's right. So let's talk about, again, we have voted bullet number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. So the next bullet really is whether a change is necessary. And that again is binary. And once we decide we feel that the change is necessary, then we talk about how much and where. Does that work for everyone?
No, I just one quick, because I think change almost implies like, should it be less? I think there's a strong case to be made that the BART lands, which we've, had complete unanimity, that the BART lands are not gonna be developed. Those should be added to the open space on the Greenville analysis, because you can't run a wildlife corridor and you can't have a green belt unless you're running the entire eastern edge of the city. So the BART lands form the eastern edge around Springtown and those related neighborhoods. And then it connects under the highway there, right where your cursor is, and then would continue into some form of green belt on one side of the canal or another. This is showing it on the western side of the canal, but I think you can't really do your open space analysis unless you're picking up the greenbelt lands, because then you're not achieving a green belt around the city. People say, well, you just blocked out that corner, then you're gonna go out and develop the BART lands and push it right up to the top of the Altamont. So if you're gonna talk open space, you gotta talk the whole eastern edge of the city.
And we're not there yet, but all of the committees, I believe, showed keeping the BART lands as open space.
Right. And then that's the quick way to cut an hour and a half off this meeting too, is you take the BART lands out of Laughlin, there's no discussion. Then you've got a little strip of land that is already zoned and the planning commission can handle it. There's no reason for us to spend 90 minutes belaboring something that is not in the purview of this advisory board.
And I think we're gonna get there in just a few minutes if we can finish up this question about,
Do we have to spend 90 minutes?
no, we don't, hopefully we can do it more quickly. So, yes, so perhaps we can ask the question, are we okay studying the open space in alternative A? Is that, or committee member, or
Can you
chair?
repeat that? Just-
Is the committee okay with this, with the open space that's shown in alternative A? And if you're not, then we can talk about how to change it.
Okay, so I like that binary. Should we keep the open space as is? And, how is, the question is phrased means whether the hand is up. So should we keep, you like to do the positive, should we keep?
If you want to do the open space that's shown in alternative A, please raise your hand.
You agree with what's there?
Right.
Okay, if you agree with the open space as is, right?
In alternative A.
In alternative A.
As is.
Which means if you don't raise your hand, we would like to see some changes made.
Yep. So I only saw one hand raised, and so then we would need following that, we would need a proposal for a change.
So we need a proposal for change.
Yeah, I propose we add the BART lands, which we all agree should not be developed, to it. And then that would allow us to get a biological survey and assessment, which is the data we're lacking, on where should the green belt be and where are the lands that have conservation values remaining.
Okay.
That should be preserved.
Can you point?
Annie, can you point? So it is.
Well, this shows it's
in a
better
different
here.
focus area.
It's that.
So is your point
Is that part of the focus area?
Can you go to the other focus area?
Part of another focus area that should not be a focus
But
area.
is your point that put the other focus area aside. I mean, say that was open space and we have this open space in the actual focus area that we're discussing, alternative A. Is there anything missing up top that would really complete it? Like that purple part that we can see in this picture, does that have to change to open space in order to do what you are saying?
Yeah, part of it will. You can see that where the dotted line, that's the city boundary, I believe.
And it's fine to get
And
direction to do this.
You can't
It's
have
gonna
an
be one
island
map.
of biological diversity. You have to connect.
Okay, so that purple part has to change.
Yes,
So
it has,
in the
the
one that we're
green
studying.
has to come down under the highway
Okay.
and then connect along the canal. And then run to the south. The south is already conserved. Where we have critters galore. But
So
the
is it-
east is not conserved at all.
So is it fair to say then that the proposal on the table is essentially to add the BART land as open space to the east of the Greenville alternative and modify the northwest end of the east of Greenville alternative to allow for the connection of those two pieces?
Right, because ultimately you gotta do an EIR, and that means you gotta have a biological assessment. Andy knows all this stuff, he was TBC. You can't do one without doing the other.
So we'd be panning back a little bit on that focus area to allow for the inclusion of that northern component of what is the BART land today. And again, all this is going to be in one map, so I think it's okay to cross these focus area boundaries in terms of the direction, and adds more clarity for us. So was what I stated what you're proposing to do?
Yes.
Does everybody understand what I said?
Okay, let's go back to.
When you say, I'm sorry.
To the map or?
Yeah, so now I saw the last one. Let's go back. So point again. So you want to extend that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So we all know. Okay, Mel.
Yeah, when you say BART land, how much of the last land are we talking about?
The open space area, I think is
Just the green
basically
part.
the undeveloped land, yeah. Do you want to call for a show of hands at least on that bullet?
Yes. Okay. So this is really entire city as a single map, and so the question. Can I ask another question? Sorry. Go back to the east of Greenville. We're not changing the purple. We're only just adding the white space above
I
it.
think what we would look at is what changes would be necessary to the very tip of that purple in order to allow for the wildlife corridor and the
Adding,
natural connection of that.
so we do add that, how much, do we need to lower the purple even more?
Yeah, I think we could look at that as a staff standpoint.
We don't need to,
Okay.
we don't need to arbitrate that here. We just say make it continuous green space.
Yeah, if we understand the intent to make the
And then
continuous
they'll-
green space to allow for the wildlife corridor, remember you're gonna get to see this map again, so if we've done something you really don't like,
Okay, I like that.
It's
Make it
this
continue.
map on 27.
yeah, let's see what map. Okay,
Please, so,
so show of hands for that suggestion to be included in the direction.
okay.
So
Totally.
that carries. Might be our first unanimous.
What am I adding here? Sorry.
I think the 90-minute.
Change the open space to be continuous to connect to Laughlin.
Now let's vote on getting, it's not worth looking at the rest of Laughlin.
To continuous?
To continuous open space connecting Greenville to Laughlin.
Okay.
That's good enough for you guys, right?
Yeah.
Any other changes to open space?
No, we were so close.
Propose that B, open space, and B be considered rather than A. So what it does is it, the commercial or whatever industrial goes off the lab, but stops short of the canal.
Well, I think that, yeah, that's already what that is, right?
No, A is only
large.
the bottom south. B has open space to the east, north of.
Oh yeah, with the sports park now.
Well, you don't do the park.
The now
you don't
defunct
do-
sports park.
How about
do the
B?
park. Just there on, you do B instead of A.
So
And
like,
that dark green is open space too. So you have more open space with B.
oh, you're talking about the wine catalyst site.
Like where the.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's saying from the wine catalyst
You
site.
have enough commercial coming off the lab there with the stripe, and you're going up some distance north. Why do you have to go that far east? Why can't that be all open space? Well, at least studied.
Yeah, no,
The whole point is,
I think that's already a
the point is
thing.
there's enough economics, there's enough revenue out of what you leave as commercial and industrial to fund everything else, because you've got to fund the open space,
Yeah,
part of the 22 million. Got to be generated.
I mean,
May I
yeah.
just maybe really try to find a nugget to vote on? Since we're not gonna have the sports park in alternative C, should we change that green space in alternative C that was gonna be a sports park and put it in A? So that to the right edge of alternative A, we see more green.
You want to put the sports park back in that we just voted to get rid of?
No, not sports
Okay.
park, green, open space,
Okay.
because we're not gonna have sports park.
it's
Put this out, that's what we wanted, put the sports park. You said put the sports park in.
I'm sorry, I mean,
Yeah,
the equivalent space
I
of,
think
Got it.
Tim's using alternative B's open space as
Yeah,
the
it's alternative B.
oh, yeah.
as the reference.
And then the dark green could go back to the commercial, what, I mean.
No, I like
Backwards gone.
no, Tim, keep
All
going.
right,
I
Don't add
think-
it back there.
Open field.
There you go.
But you're gonna have enough commercial to fund that.
Yeah, I mean, is this about the 22 million?
Yeah. If you're gonna preserve it,
Yeah.
you wanna preserve it. If you wanna reserve it, you know, is it just to be determined in the future, you don't have to preserve it, but it could be rezoned someday.
Yeah,
Your vision, I think, is to never rezone it.
that's right.
You have to fund that though.
Yeah. You want me to fund?
There's gonna have to be some connection
Sell some more.
You
copies.
take Apple
of the
Pay?
green belt. South of Patterson, north of Lupin. Once you're in Lupin, then you're all conserved past there. Most of the land south of there is already under conservation easement. But you do have to get there somehow. Yeah. In the view sheds.
Can we
The view
verbalize
sheds.
what the
where
vote
buildings
is?
would go up.
I don't believe I can.
The
Combination of the wine catalyst site and the sports park from alternative B
as open space in alternative A.
Yes.
The same footprint of those green shapes.
Can somebody give you a microphone?
So are we basically making this purple space here?
Just not
Not park green, but open space green.
yeah.
Wine cabins green.
This is right
So
here.
so look at alternative B.
So this, it would include what I think I'm hearing is this green space
Yes.
that's part of the wine catalyst site, as well as this green space that's part of the sports park. These two green shapes here north of Lupin would move to this area of alternative A, but they would be open space color.
Yeah, but
I didn't
that's
hear-
too much, not the dark.
Just like more like the peninsula
Yeah,
area.
we just need.
Don't include the dark green in that conversion, just the light green
I
part.
don't know, Tim, is that what you were saying?
Well, I was saying all of it, but I mean, I don't get up I'm not a dictator, so.
But no, I know, but just for the talking point, it did include the
Initially it did, but I
sports
think,
part.
you know, there's other ways to look at it.
Okay, can we just say that we want somewhere along the line of alternative B, the light green, maybe the dark green, equivalent space. And it's just gonna depend on the project team to tell us the pros and cons. We want a good, really feasible space to develop jobs, but we also want a continuous green space between Patterson Pass and Lupin.
Yeah, so I think this again does go back to what are you trying to achieve here? And part of what I can suggest to you is that the area that you're proposing to convert back into undeveloped land or conserved open space, however you're doing it, is some of the best potential developable land in the space. Because it's flat and it's going to be contiguous to other things. So from a development and infrastructure standpoint, it's good for that, which doesn't mean you have to want that, but it's just something to think about in terms of the
Thank you
trade-offs.
for raising that. Is that why the sports parks are set there, because it's flatter?
It's flat.
Okay, thank you for raising that. That is a consideration.
Yeah, I don't know exactly where the topo starts.
Up in the northern section.
Right, but I think the question that we're proposing, or was being proposed, was how wide does that corridor need to be? I think is what the question was, if you need a continuous path. So I'm certainly not an expert on that.
So I heard a suggestion to have a similar amount of open space to what you see in alternative B for the sports park and the extended catalyst site. Would you like us to consider having that amount of open space somewhere in the northern area where there's more topography?
So so it's almost like alternative C.
It would be similar to alternative C.
Is that for the, okay, so again, what are we trying to achieve? So on one hand, we want flat, developable areas so that the feasibility of mixed use can be, realized. At the same time, we appreciate open space. Is that what we're trying to achieve?
We could look at a combination of alternative A and C. So you could take the large open space area that's shown in C and extend, if you want to extend a green belt down, you could extend a green belt down along the aqueduct as shown in A.
Okay.
I think
The C. Huh?
What I'm envisioning is a green belt around the whole area. That there's undeveloped space on the easternmost parts of this.
Within the aqueduct? Do you want it to be inside of the
Yeah,
aqueduct?
inside.
Yeah.
That's what I'm envisioning, that you're still creating a barrier, you just moved it.
So we,
And inside, you've got some industrial inside.
Yeah, the trade-off we have to consider is that what moves inside for industrial might be less likely to become industrial, so the revenue source is lessened. But if we can decide that, that's just the trade-off that we have to make.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and again, I think it goes back to Brandon's point about well, what do you want? And if everybody on the, by and large is kind of yeah, one of these alternatives works for me, I guess more than anything, I'm just trying to share, I think that land use, like the best use of it for our future is not innovation and technology based companies in a complete district. So, to your point, yeah, it might be more the kind of thing where, you know, like you're saying, we want to maximize the industrial that can go in there, which is totally fine. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
so. Then it would be kind of a, okay, well, let's just move on with these alternatives and I can enjoy just like, I don't like that, or whatever, you know, it's like, just go on record.
Well, as we discussed, there will be a no east of Greenville alternative that we will look at. The question is, for the east of Greenville alternative, how much open space do you want to have and where do you want to have it?
Right.
And so do we have another proposal so that we can?
Why doesn't the staff, I mean, because I'm looking at the topography map, there's some logical places where it could be that isn't nearly as large as what you have as the sports park, which was just taking an entire parcel.
Right.
But it rises here. So you've got to have a setback off the canal anyway. Is that 100 feet or is it more?
So if you want to give us the direction to show as open space all of the hilly terrain that would be challenging to develop, we could do that.
Yeah. Well, just make it contiguous from the top of the city where the BART are all the way down till you hit the South Livermore Valley area plan.
Go back again, Debbie. The only part that you wouldn't be able to do that with is the part in blue, which is the water and power site.
Yeah,
But you could go around
there's
that.
a massive water tank there and it floods.
Yes.
I wouldn't go around that.
Okay,
But you can
so-
go around that.
So I think let's just make one vote, which is, I think we all appreciate this contiguous open space as, you know, whether as really just set back, as you said it, is, but that if you go back to the alternative A, that again remains to be really a good starting point, but add your recommendation of how wide the setback should be between Patterson and Lupin.
So Debbie, if you go back to the map. What I heard is that we would have a continuous open space buffer going from the freeway down to Lupin Road, and that the staff will come back with some information on topography and show you that open space area based on the a combination of topography and ensuring that open space buffer all the way down the site.
While maintaining the the vitality goal for developing.
Economic.
So we can take that, since it's getting late, we can certainly
Take a
take that. If you'd like to take a vote. Folks in favor of that?
Yeah.
I think we have enough. So we'll do that work and bring it back to you.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna really recommend that we adjourn. Oh, we have to take what?
We have to take a vote on the
formal
vote
on this direction.
on the east of Greenville.
Okay,
as
the
a
whole thing.
Yes.
I am happy with the way we are.
No, I
Oh,
motion
sorry.
that we vote on what
Debbie
we have.
has-
We need a motion and a second.
Thank you.
We need,
I'm really.
who moved, sorry? Committee member Stroud moved.
I second.
Committee member Alexi second.
Okay, sorry.
We'll do a roll call vote. And Debbie, please.
Committee member Alexi?
Aye.
Committee member Bhatia?
Aye.
Committee member Chung?
Aye.
Committee member Halverson?
Aye.
Committee member Kent?
Aye.
Committee member Kingsbury?
Aye.
Committee member Ladone?
Aye.
Committee member Pete?
Aye.
Committee member Revuelta?
Aye.
Committee member Stroud?
Aye.
And Chairperson Chang.
Aye. Thank you so much for your patience, and I really do appreciate the process. However, you know, late we are now. Let's not look at the clock. So can you recommend the next step, since we really didn't finish the focus areas?
We will have to come back to the full committee and continue our discussion for each of the focus areas. And our next regular meetings, I think the 8th, January 10th, thank you. So we may poll the committee to see if we can meet before then. to keep things moving, but the next regular meeting is January 10th.
Which is either like next week or the week after New Year.
We're thinking December 25th, maybe we can meet.
And the next meeting, just to be clear, would be to cover only the remaining focus areas that we have not yet evaluated.
Yeah, we won't ask you to give us all the data by then.
We will not have it.
Okay.
And let's
so-
start with Midtown.
Okay. So procedurally, am I closing the item only for today, but not the whole discussion?
I think we're adjourning and you're continuing this item to the next meeting of the GPAC.
Okay, so we're gonna adjourn the meeting for today. I appreciate.
Date to be determined.
Date to be. Really appreciate whoever stays this late. I really, I know. So we adjourn. Thank you so much. We'll see you next time.